welcome back to Venetian Poker Live. It is time for yet another stacked final table, and this might be the most stacked one we've ever had, so far at least. It is time for the $800 Ultimate Stack that had a $300,000 guarantee coming at you from the lovely brand new Venetian Poker Room located at level 2 at the Palazzo Grand Canal Shops. Let's go inside our streaming room right now to introduce the players to you. My name is Rem Korinka, my Donnie Peters alongside me in the booth for what I said is another stacked final table. And this is probably the most stacked as they battle for a first prize of $55,282, $9,888 guaranteed for the final 7. Here's a look at the names at the table. You'll notice Darren Rabinowitz is back from last week's final table as well, but the man that it's all about is Mr. Andy Seth, BK Ice. Now, at back-to-back-to-back final tables, he won back-to-back tournaments. Can he now also win 3 in a row? That is the big question. This final table, Donnie, the most stacked we've seen during the short time we've been a part of these Venetian final tables.
Yeah, when it comes to these, I'll say, lower buy-in, kind of mid-tier tournaments that are often available around Las Vegas, these are the best of the best, this group. Like, these guys, you see them in all the tournaments. They are playing a high amount of volume. You don't want them at your table. And now, somehow, collectively, they have all formed around one final table.
Yeah, and it has been the Andy Seth show here on Venetian Poker Live as far as the tournaments go. 2 weeks ago, Don and I were talking about the fact that, you know, this guy is old school, this guy's been away for a long time, has at least been outside of our peripheral vision. But right now, I'm predicting that this is the Andy Seth comeback year, and he might be up to some continued success here throughout the summer.
Well, I mean, he has to keep playing, right? You can't just, like, come in here, win a couple of events, and then, you know, ride off into the sunset for an extended period of time. You gotta put on a full schedule during the summer. You got to play everything.
And we got action here right away. Taylor Black, former winner of a World Poker Tour event with $4.5 million in career tournament earnings, up against Myles Mullaly, one of the young kids on the block. Donnie and I covered him at the final table of the Millionaire Maker 2 years ago. WSOP has stuck around, continues to rack up results here.
260,000.
Mullaly from Rye, New York, now living in Las Vegas, comes with a 3-bet to 260 after Black's initial raise. Action now back on Black. And look at this, some early discipline here, letting go of the ace-jack.
Yeah, really no need to get too involved. I mean, out of position with an ace-jack off, really not ideal. All these players are pretty deep. I know at times we've come into these final tables, there's been 1, if not 2, short stacks around, which has kind of locked everyone into a very static ICM situation. But here, a little bit more freedom amongst the players.
We'll continue to introduce these players. Nicholas Seward in the 2-seat, also no stranger to the bright lights, has played a ton at our PokerGo studio, and he is doing it now here also across the street. Seward, $2.4 million in career earnings from Washington, D.C. A World Series Poker bracelet winner in a six-handed event, no less, which, of course, always brings out the toughest players.
110,000.
And Mullaly here, right back to it, raising to 110 with ace-9 offsuit. Donnie, you mentioned that this is one of the tougher possible lineups for a buy-in of this level. Would you then also say that it's likely that these players all have lots of history versus each other?
Yeah, for sure. I would say in that sense, the odd man out is probably James Morris, but everyone else I think has certainly played with one another quite a bit. Maybe even Andy Seth too might be the odd man out, just because he's been kind of out of poker for so long, at least in terms of a high volume sense. But with as much as he's been playing here at Venetian as of late, You know, these players probably have familiarized themselves quite quickly. And then just specifically on James Morris, even though he is the odd man out, he's a dealer here in town. He's a dealer at the Poker Grow Studio. So he probably has that kind of bird's eye view of how these guys play at times and has a good feel for them. Maybe they don't have a feel for him, but he can kind of turn the tables to his advantage.
Morris looks the part, plays the part, repping the PGT hat. Gotta love it. Donnie, there's more reasons to love this guy as we have an interesting hand develop here. Mullaly
90,000.
with ace-9 continues for 90,000 as Yokoyama betting 90,000 with ace-jack. Action now back on Mullaly. As I was trying to finish my thought there, his hobbies, loving my dog and girlfriend. We can all agree with that. Dream heads up opponent. Donnie, I'm not sure if we should interpret this as a way of him saying that we suck at poker, or perhaps that he likes our company, because he has listed both your name and mine as his dream opponents.
I mean, you know, 2 soft spots, right?
Exactly. Mullaly makes the call. We see the 8 of clubs on the turn. Very straight, heavy board showing here.
Check.
Both players with a pair.
Could see this one go check, check. You know, Mullaly on this sort of flop texture is probably just going to do a lot of checking out of position, even though there isn't a flush draw present. Really kind of connected here, so you don't want to have to play with your opponent having, you know, knowledge of how you act first, being in position on you. So he does come with check call here. Probably results in a check fold, which ultimately can save Mullaly money because he does have second best.
Yokoyama takes this one down. Originally from Japan, now living in Las Vegas. He looks forward to playing Phil Ivey. Now, speaking of soft spots, it's not really one.
My dog's got me up at 7 this morning and I couldn't go back to bed.
Come on, some of us wake up earlier than 7.
I was up at 6 already. So no pity.
No, absolutely not.
I was ready for like a 10:30 nap.
Trying to set up a walk later.
The dog sounds like it's trying to teach you some lessons that you should be open to, James.
Rabinowitz was Donnie was in kind of a tough spot last week where
How good did it feel to be out?
he had some
Good.
early
I
chips
do it every day.
that he lost,
I mean,
and then his hands were sort of tied.
Saturday.
Now, with the chip lead, I wonder if he's going to have a different approach.
Guess I get to tennis at 7:30
Yeah,
in
I
the
think
morning.
early on, maybe doing a little bit of feeling out for his opponents. You know, again, everyone is kind of so deep that although Rabinowitz does have the chip lead, the other players aren't going to be as handcuffed, I would think. You know, if somebody comes into this final table with, let's say, 8, 10, 12 big blinds, something like that,
230,000.
maybe Rabinowitz looks to apply a little bit more pressure, knowing that the other middling stacks don't want to bust before whoever is the short stack. Here right now, we got a short stack of 25 big blinds, which is a lot
Let
of
me
chips to
ask
play
you a
with.
question. If I verbally announce fold, but keep my cards and throw chips out, is that allowed?
No.
So as soon as I verbally say fold, that's binding. Cool. Yeah. I was wondering, because sometimes I say fold, but no one does anything or pays attention to it until I actually put my cards like in the mark. And I'm trying to figure out what angles I can play out, obviously.
Miles, what did you start with today?
1.37. I have around that, I think 1.34 now.
What did you start with today?
Or no, 1.4, 1.4.
27.
1.27.
I was 7 at 7.
We've seen lots of dealers become
One by
big
one,
name
one
famous
by
poker
one.
players.
Joe Awada.
Mike Matisow.
Yeah. Started watching that documentary last night.
Oh, the Matisow one?
Yeah,
I
it's for free on YouTube
right
now.
here.
So
I haven't seen it yet.
Oh,
I'll have to
superstar.
dive in at some
I
point.
got about a half hour in. It's 2 hours long. I was like,
2 hours?
I need a break.
Wow. No, what I was going to say, you know, Morris being here on the big stage, you know, playing under the lights, playing for a large payout, is not something that he will be unfamiliar with. But how different do you think this will be for him, receiving cards versus distributing them?
Yeah, I mean, I think he's going to definitely draw some parallels and draw the experience of the fact that, you know, he's dealt at the Poker Go Studio, which is a big stage. Now, he hasn't been under the bright lights there on the playing side of things.
Right.
But still, you're going up there, you're like, oh, crap, I don't want to flip a card over. I don't want to misdeal. I don't want to do this. I don't want to count the chips wrong. So there is still that pressure in that sense, and he's, you know, become accustomed to that pressure. He has that experience, and he's a very good dealer. So I think he can take that and be like, listen, I've been under these lights before. Not really a big deal. You know, so I think he's going to definitely lean on that. Now, different experience, yes, but still certainly something to lean on.
Bet 100,000.
We've made our way to the turn here. The ace pops up. Morris pairs his ace. However, Seward flopping 2 pair. Well disguised here. Min raise from Morris pre-flop. Seward called. Flop went check, check, and now Morris, after hitting an ace, comes out with a bet of 100K, and Seward comes along and makes the call.
Middle finger gets one bad.
Jack of clubs on the river.
Being the point where I have to, like,
Check mark
blow
here
on the
for
whole
Seward.
bowling ball. I get like moist. I can slip my finger in there.
1 card straight, 3 clubs. A whole lot of things happening here on this river. Morris does have the ace of clubs. He goes check, check, and Morris will save himself some chips. Well done. Seward tables 2 pair. Donnie, Chancellor Poker is asking, how big are these fields? I've seen Andy Seth like 3 weeks in a row.
Yeah, I think it was around 450 or 460 for that first one that he won. The second one was
I assume
301,
that's even
302, something like that. And then this one's got
Do you play
360-ish, I believe. So
Not really.
kind of around the
We
same
talked about this. It's your
sort of
worst.
field size.
Every now and then, I play more PLO than Hold'em, so every now and then when I hit a spot like that, I'll just go
Bless you,
nuts.
Mr. Black.
Like in PLO, you go nuts.
Yeah, like if you have the ace of clubs.
Yeah, like you just never let the other person in the pot. So it's like sometimes I start playing like that, hand like that, holding it. Often does not work out. Wouldn't advise it.
Donnie, you know how on Google, when you
Yeah, it doesn't work.
search for something a lot, it says you visit often when you click on a link? I just typed in Andy Seth, and then the first link is his hand and mob profile, and it says you visit often.
Heck yeah.
Andy Seth has made his way into my computer routine.
He's back.
Totally back. Back-to-back wins. A 3rd win in a row would be absolutely insane. Must be some sort of recognition for that performance if he manages to pull that off at next year's Global Poker Awards. I mean, they have the Tournament Performance of the Year award. Even though what Andy Seth is doing is not in a single tournament, winning 3 in a row would definitely be up there.
Yeah, I mean, it's wild to pull that off.
I mean, the fact that he's here again has me rooting for him. Like, I love a story like that. I feel as though the, poker media outlets will pick up on the story even more so. I'm just waiting to read the 2025 feature interview on Andy Seth. As we see Black versus Mullaly heads up here on 8-5-5 with 2 spades.
Bet 75,000.
Black's going to bet 75,000. Taylor Black's live results date back to 2011. So this man has been around the block. He's had many deep runs across various poker tours. Now mostly grinding it out in the mid-stakes arena.
Interesting spot here for Myles. He could certainly come with a check raise.
200,000.
Just don't get why
Just
he
start
cares
bluffing
if
with
that
his
was
hand. Black's going to be pretty wide here on the button.
Maybe
I mean, yeah, he could connect here given how wide he
Don't
might
bait
be
me,
opening,
Darren.
but Myles can also connect nicely. Myles does have a 10 of spades in his
Such
hand, which
bait,
you
I
might not
almost
think is
took it.
much,
Dear
but
Lord.
does block some continues for your opponent. Takes away some of those flush draws your opponent might bet and then be able to call with. So
Nick, is this a Washington football team hat?
It is.
You got my Nick? Hi, Nicholas.
Yeah. Yeah, you can call me that.
Hail to the
Nick.
Redskins.
What do you call them in your head?
Hail to the
What
Redskins.
team?
R.I.P. Redskins. So.
The Redskins. But like, I'll also call them like Commanders. I don't know.
I can't imagine not call. Yeah, if I was a fan of theirs, I can't imagine thinking them as
The Mandays.
Yeah.
I guess they are the Commanders. The football team is gone, huh?
The football team was a funny phase.
I like
Yeah.
that.
I kind of liked it too, like in a weird way. I mean,
It is
not
like
sustainable.
it's good
but-
that a professional football team can go that heavy on like a stone meme.
Yeah,
Like-
it was pretty funny. I mean, we were quite bad. It would have been very funny if we were like really good.
Someone was drinking at a company meeting and they're like, let's just call it the football team.
We actually weren't.
100,000.
I kind of like that when they were just a football
We
team.
actually weren't like horrendous that year.
Funny side story.
But
My old boss
Y'all have a
owned
bright,
the
bright
URL
future.
Washington
Wow.
football
It's
team.
exciting.
No way.
And
Too bad you're
yeah,
in NFC.
he sold it to. I mean,
We
he's
have a brighter future.
very
That's
well
fine.
off, so he
I'm-
didn't necessarily
I'm okay
care.
with
But he
that.
ended up
Who's
selling
we?
it to them for, I believe, $10,000, and then
He's from
donated the money to
Philadelphia?
No,
charity.
I
But
just-
Oh, wow.
Eagles fan.
it's just funny that
I
they
like
they
who we have
picked
at the
a
helm
team
better
name
than
that they
who you guys have at the
like the
helm.
URL like wasn't open for.
yeah.
Like, I mean, it just
mean,
kind of like
Not the
shows
bat.
in a way like the
sense.
incompetency of the or like
It matters, but
you
mean,
think
how
these
should it work?
billion-dollar organizations are like any better than any of us? No, like you and I are just like, yeah, let's call it this. Wait, we got to make sure we have
I mean,
the
right
Twitter
now,
handle.
Jalen's still
I know.
It's like
but
no,
I
like
don't
what are you
know.
guys
I
doing?
mean,
No. Absolutely.
you don't think so?
No.
He has a
Another
lot of
spot
hate.
here where we could see somebody get aggressive
respect
against
him
the
for what he
continuation
does,
bet
but-
from Black. Certainly also appeal is well within it here with the 3 to a flush and a gutter for Rabinowitz. Also good that he
scared to
does
drop
have
back with a
overcards
quarterback.
to
Right now.
the 8 and the 6 out there.
Our home opener is against Dallas. They just announced it today
Ooh.
on September 4th.
Are you going?
I'm thinking about it. Yeah, it depends on how my summer goes.
Yeah.
You know, if I just have some extra money.
It's a good thing to like look forward to or
Get
work
tickets
hard
for
for.
me and my son. Yeah, he lives in Olympia, so I could just fly him out from Seattle and meet him somewhere over there. I wanted to take him to New York too, so he's 28, so he's like a friend. Yeah, for
Rabinowitz
sure.
with 10-9 is going to fire at this, and Black has nothing, and he decides to let it go.
48,
Nice
46.
pickup here
Yeah.
for
His 14th birthday, I
Rabinowitz.
took him to his first home.
Yeah, now a
Eagles
couple
game.
pots that haven't gone the way for Taylor Black. He's down to
That's true.
800,000 in
As a
chips. So
child, you know.
if Rabinowitz, as the chip leader, was hoping that somebody could get kind of short where he could leverage his stack against the others at the table, it's starting to trend that way with Black now on 16 big blinds.
By the way, shout out to everyone tuned in
Taylor,
right
you're
now
not by
on
any
this
chance friends
Monday
with, LMAC
in
one-
2025,
what is it?
the
One
12th to be
mastermind thing? What's his
exact.
name? Taylor
We are
McFarland?
live,
Is that his name?
as we always
that
are,
his
on
name?
two channels, on
You know what I'm
PokerGo
talking
and Venetian Poker Live. Make sure to let yourself be heard in the
mastermind.
chat. Send us any questions you might have,
Like
perhaps.
the other legendary.
Any,
poker.
The live
You know,
Tyler
travel
Cornell?
plans you want to announce coming to Las Vegas in the summer. Always a
Oh,
The
no.
live
Yeah.
tells guy,
perfect
right?
destination for some grind action.
What'd you say, dude?
Live tells? Is it like that guy?
No.
Like Blake Eastman.
He was like a
that?
tournament player and a PLO cash player. He was a force. I was wondering what happened to him.
Yeah, you keep saying was, so something.
Well, he's probably
Action
like
on Black here
owns
with
an island somewhere, to be
Ace
honest.
10,
He was like
sitting on
that type of
16
guy.
bigs.
Raise 100,000.
So I talked about myself too.
Rabinowitz finds sevens in the small blinds.
Yeah, it was something.
Is this the right type of hand to pressure to short stack with?
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I think. Oh, okay.
Wow.
Oh, I can't Google it. Gosh.
Sevens in the muck, and Yokoyama is going to pay the min raise to see a flop here. Rabinowitz.
I mean, it makes sense for Rabinowitz when you think of how the range is constructed for Taylor Black. Probably if he only has probably a couple raise folds, like ace 10 off, ace 9 off, you know, maybe king queen off, stuff like that might be in there. And then a lot of the hands that are like, I mean, even king queen off might be a hand where like he just open jams it for 15, 16 big blinds. And then the other hands that are going to opt to raise are going to be the premium ones, which you're obviously crushed with the sevens. So it makes sense, I think, from a theoretical standpoint there to put those sevens in the muck if you want to.
Well, Black gets a little pickup
You go
here.
watch games in DC?
I used to when my dad still lived there. Yeah, we would go a lot when I was younger. But
Not so much anymore.
no, not really. Just because I'm not back there a whole lot. But Yeah. I mean, I still enjoy going whenever I can, but it's been a while for sure.
Their new stadium will be super sick. Their new stadium will be very nice.
What?
Their new stadium that they're going to build.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm excited for it.
Black, by the way, still the short stack with 19 bigs, which goes to show how deep this final table is right now with 40-minute levels. Obviously, that's going to, you know, slowly turn the screws on all players. But for now, there is a lot of room to play. Rabinowitz chip leader with 72 bigs as we see Mullaly make a 110 with Queen 8 suited. Morris in the big blind with 8-6. Lets it go. This one goes to Mullaly. One thing to keep an eye on for everyone who is watching and interested in what is happening at Venetian this summer, you go to VenetianLasVegas.com/resort/casino/poker.
One time and then got like hooked. Played,
You can
like,
find the upcoming
like, it was like
schedule.
we played like a few times.
It's exciting for me
Indian
to mention
football,
that
it's like-
there's going to be
like, I
tons
tried
of
to
streamed
play
final
flag
tables
football
for
when I
you,
was, like, 9 or
No,
10.
we
starting with
watch
the
it all, or, like,
MSBT
Yeah, just,
$1.5 million
I
guaranteed
wasn't allowed to
3-day
play it,
event,
and
Right.
which
didn't-
kicks
it's
off on
not a
June
part of
4th.
Even, like,
culture, it
towards
never
the
really
end,
stuck.
like,
Final
I had
table
it-
You played
one of every
streaming
other
of that
time I played
event.
all
Yeah,
of
we
it.
just playing
Right.
some like
on
garage.
Monday,
No,
June
no,
8th.
when I was in,
Concept
like,
of football, my
And, like,
poor mother.
That's where we played.
Is there any NFL?
I was like tall for my age. and, like,
There's no
stuff.
concept of American football in India as far as
I enjoy
they play
basketball a
rugby.
lot though. I just never
Still
really.
like playing?
I don't
The
play.
cricket
I
is-
haven't played it all since I've
cricket
been in
is
Vegas, but
huge.
I used to hoop with my college friends like all the
Basketball
time.
has become huge.
How long have you been here?
Raise 110,000.
Like 2.5 years, like just over. So a little while.
You guys live at Panorama too, or
Martin, right next to it, Martin.
Martin?
Yeah. I'm pretty sure it's the same thing. I've never been in Panorama, but I've heard it's just the same like board.
Monster hand here for Rabinowitz, makes it 110 with pocket kings. Andy Seth is going to defend the 7-6 suited from the big blind.
I always figured those places were super premium priced because they're close to Strip. I was just talking to Darren, and it's like they're not that bad.
Dude, I had the complete wrong like view on it too. I thought that they were like super expensive. They're really not.
Seth with backdoor straight and flush draws. Let's see if he's going to want to continue after this bet from Rabinowitz.
House, like by a pool, I was like, oh, it's got to be like 5-6K.
Yeah.
6K.
It's so nice.
Vegas prices are pretty
If you're Seth here,
nice.
Donnie,
DC is super expensive.
do you consider continuing here with those
if you want.
2 backdoor draws?
Respectful fold.
No, probably just not enough there. Also, you really don't want to get into a pot against Darren out of
Yeah,
position,
they're very
Where are you
reasonable.
out by?
I live in
jeopardize your spot.
Good luck, guys.
Thank you.
I would probably have been an Oilers fan if the Oilers were still around because I was a kid in Houston. So like the Astros are my baseball team.
Yeah, they're very
The
reasonable.
Rockets,
priced.
kind of, sure, fun.
And they raised
Yeah,
the
he
price
wanted a
once
double
Here's a
more.
first
shot.
glance at today's trophy.
And I've been there 4 years now. They haven't
The
raised it
Ultimate
again.
Stack
Raised it
events
from 27
come
to,
with this beautiful gold lion with the
It's like-
wings.
Yeah, just bring the bottle, fine.
18 or 1900 square feet.
Where your place is?
Yeah.
Did you see that thing about Casamigos getting sued?
Yeah. No. Yeah, my.
KP in the chat says, played this tournament, busted yesterday. Well, thanks for tuning in. Tahoe Rangefinder says, we won PLO. Well, come play here inside the Venetian Poker Room. There's plenty of PLO action available, and I'm sure there's going to be more PLO streams in the future, but thanks for the support.
Yeah.
Don't forget to like this
There's
video
like
and
little
subscribe to the
dog
channel.
park on each side.
For all those
One's,
tuned
like,
in
right
right now.
next to me on the outside there.
This is the first hand of the new level, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yokoyama picks up Queen Jack offsuit.
Raise 120.
As I'm going through the schedule of events for the summer, I also quickly want to mention the Ladies High Roller. That event also streaming this final table on Poker Go. $2,500 buy-in. Kicks off on Sunday, June 22nd. That event also has satellites leading into it, so please give that a look. Ladies High Roller Final Table will be on Tuesday,
400.
June 24th here. All right, Morris on the button with 9s. Makes it 400K.
We will definitely have great times.
Dude, I recommend going to hands.
Starting the hand with 36 bigs and takes it down here. How do you decide whether to 3-bet a hand like that versus wanting to call it and see a flop perhaps
Like
multi-way?
Sub 10-minute drive.
I mean, I think if you're
There you go.
willing to go with it
When am
pre,
I going now?
then
Yeah, I'm not going to Palm
3-bet I think is certainly fine.
I haven't. I don't know much about it. I know it's.
I don't think I would 3-bet a hand as good as 9s and then fold.
Yeah.
It seems
I
interesting.
know it is
it's
somewhat of a
huge
risk
world.
given where
Like, just
Yeah.
Taylor
here in
Black's
America.
stack is,
If you're
but
ever
it's
in
not
India
like
and
he's
there's
so
cricket going on,
short
you should go
that
to
you need to be
IPL.
like
IPL isn't season.
crazy ICM conscious, I would guess.
There's like
Decide.
there's different
What's that
formats
thing?
of cricket.
We're trying.
IPL.
I think
more
9s is good enough to ultimately
Just like-
3-bet,
I'll
you
leave
know,
that up
get
to
it
you.
in.
Champions League of cricket,
I might do some drive.
but it's all in India.
Base, 120.
I haven't decided if I want to go Tuesday night or Wednesday morning yet.
Next pocket pair from Morris.
Probably just wake
Makes
up
it
early
120.
Wednesday morning and go at like 7.
Takes you what, 4.5?
Or 3.5 Commerce.
Oh yeah.
Maybe
So
4.
basically, like
But
back
it
in the
says
day,
3.5
cricket used to be very
middle
slow.
of the night.
Like the two formats were like
Usually,
either a
like,
5-day match or a
Sleep
1-day
schedule's so
match.
messed up. I fall
And the
asleep
1-day
at,
match
like,
would take all day, kind of.
11.
And
I'm up
then
at, like,
I don't know how many years ago, maybe
3,
10,
and I'm up again
maybe
at, like, 6,
maybe
and I
more.
can't go back to
They
sleep.
they created
I'm
kind of a
wide
new
awake,
format
so I'll
where
just get up and drive.
Sounds way
about
too
4
familiar.
hours. It's like 90 minutes to
Taking
2
a
hours.
less.
Take a
like
nap in the middle of the day.
1.7.
Does it get rowdy?
Yes,
Yeah, that's
it's
my
like
new
yeah,
thing.
it's a
Once
it's a
I can't
blast.
get up at
bro.
6:30 and I can't fall back to sleep.
Yeah.
Sucks.
Yep.
Andy Seth hyping up some cricket action.
I'll probably just wake up and drive.
One of the few sports I've yet to understand.
I mean, I got no idea.
I went to a club game in Geelong.
Same, I was there with you.
Yeah, I was just gonna say when our buddy Tim Duckworth was he a batsman or a bowler? Can't remember.
I have no idea.
Shout out Shane Warne, legend, R.I.P. Cricket is a crazy sport though.
120.
So popular. Basically everywhere except for U.S.
Sorry.
It just hasn't picked
I
up
thought
here.
that was
Not a good
I mean, there's
They
baseball.
had a
in there.
moment. Didn't the U.S. team beat somebody recently?
Oh, maybe.
I think the U.S. team beat someone like big recently, and it was like for like 48 hours. It was like headlines around social media and whatnot. But other than that,
I always think it's funny when that happens in the U.S. when they do well in a sport that they're not known for. Like for example, I'm from the Netherlands, so we grow
Oh,
up
so where are you
grow up
from, bro?
watching speed skating.
New York.
But then during the Olympics, if an
New York,
American wins a speed skating
No,
medal,
Westchester
everybody was
County.
like all about it.
Yeah, yeah.
And then the next
Yeah,
day,
like Scarsdale?
everyone has
Like
forgotten
Brock.
about it.
Mamaroneck?
Rye. So it's like right next to America.
All right, Jack's here
My
for
cousins grew up there.
Yokoyama.
Right,
Nice
right
place.
off.
I like-
Yeah, they grew up in America. Yeah.
Marinak's cool.
Chris in the chat says, any truth to the rumors that if Andy Seth wins 3 in a row, he becomes the new owner of Venetian? I mean, maybe there's a clause that we haven't read yet in the tournament terms and conditions, but he should at the very least have some sort of a suite named after him.
Should just call it
100%.
Johnny
At the
Bax
very
country.
least.
Were you around when Johnny Bax was like? Do you know who Johnny Bax is?
Not really. No.
Oh my lord!
I think so.
Wow. Oh boy.
How much? 120.
120.
Oh boy.
He's still going a little bit.
Oh, 1.5 to start.
Donnie, Are we old?
He's still got some players.
Is that what we're learning right now?
I mean, even if you're old, somebody as legendary as Johnny Bax deserves.
Wow, we're
You
gonna
to
have
know
a
who he
history
is.
lesson here in a second.
Yes, we should have a history lesson.
Man.
Well, Seth makes the call with 7s, and Seward finds the ducks, but those end up in the muck. Maybe that was kind of a spot there for.
I mean, we can just have it. Like
Some
Johnny Bax
multi-way
is a
action?
first ballot Hall of Famer, poker Hall of Famer, right?
Seems like he
You
should.
weren't around either. What are we talking about?
Dude, I
He
know
won't be,
Johnny
though,
back.
unfortunately.
He won't
like
be,
he is
but-
in like all of our eyes, yeah. But like, the Hall of Fame has got to the point where there's just so much talent that'll just never get in if they're only allowing one in a year.
King 8-3-2 diamonds. No one too excited about this one.
Could be a spot for Seth to continue with the small pair to start turning into a bluff. He does have a 7 of diamonds in his hand. He elects to check back.
Ace of spades on the turn. That's Rabinowitz, who pairs up, and now with a very good chance to take this one down. Instead, it's Andy Seth who's going to fire at this, making the case that the ace benefited him here on the turn.
Yeah, Seth probably thinking now at this point, listen, Yokoyama opening under the gun. If he would have had a good king and ace, probably would have heard from him already. So I feel like that pathway is clean. And then Rabinowitz can just be so pretty wide here from the big blind. You know, even if he does have an ace, it's probably not a good ace, so I'm not really going to get raised. So this is just a fine bluff attempt here. Take a little stab and go from there.
Well, it doesn't work, of course, with Rabinowitz, who has paired his ace.
Check.
Yokoyama gets out of the way, saving himself some money on those jacks. Rabinowitz plays this defensively
Yeah, not as much as I used to.
in hope of extracting some more value.
Somewhat frequently.
You're going to the ring the roll thing?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna go. I'm leaving
You want a
tomorrow.
live one or online?
Live. WSOP last summer.
Oh. So it's bracelets too.
Yep.
Would say that it's probably hard for Rabinowitz to have really, really good hands here. He's probably just got some sort of
I
king,
literally had to look at the list. 'cause
maybe some sort
I
of,
was under the
at best, medium ace. So
I was like,
going
I
here with a
actually
pretty
couldn't
chunky
count,
bet,
so I just went on
I
the
like
list
if
that
I'm
I
set.
saw. I was like,
Like,
okay,
you
that
put a
can-
lot of
Second
pressure on
order.
these exact
No,
type of hands
he's,
that
uh,
Rabinowitz has. You know, he can have a
Well,
lot of
he's
like
kind of going because I like.
king X suited, you know, king 10, probably king jack,
play
stuff
poker.
like that. But with the ace
Yeah.
present out there, a lot of
No, I
pressure
just
on
texted
that.
him. I was like, are
And
you
then your
going?
aces are probably going to be at
Wasn't really
best,
planning
what?
on it.
I wasn't invited.
Ace, jack,
No, he's
off, ace 10, stuff like that.
Yeah,
So
no, I did an hour, so.
again, just a lot of pressure being able to be applied here. You don't really got to worry about too many two pairs.
Mostly bad things. Some good things.
I mean, it's a trip for like
Rabinowitz into the tank here.
to dabble in it. I think if I,
525
like,
into
didn't play it, I
740.
would go crazy.
Hefty
But
bet
I've
here
seen
from
some
Seth.
wild stuff that like people get away with.
525.
My favorite Conner story was I was playing in a tournament. Guy's coming back from the bathroom. They deal his cards. He was way late to the table, but he was close enough that he got a hold of his cards and wouldn't give them up. He's in the big blind. So folds to me. I'm in this position whenever I open. Everybody folds, so his hand's dead, and he won't give up his big blind. And he's like, call the floor, blah blah blah. blah. And then it's a Matt Savage turn. Matt comes up. He's like, what's the problem? Whatever, goes through the whole thing. And he's like, you're just wasting everybody's time now. Like, the rule is the rule. And I think I said something like, finally, like, I sat there quietly, and then finally I was like, come on, man, like, you know the rule. Like, no one's taking advantage of anything. And finally, he's like, all right, fine. He just takes this thing,
Rabinowitz really thinking about this.
overhand, throws it.
Trying to
up,
piece
hits
together
me in the
whether
chest, and then I
Seth will
fall on
be
the
more
ground.
inclined to
I'll never
raise,
forget this. I look up at Matt, and I'm like,
or excuse me, 3-bet, and he
And he
lets
looks at me
it
like,
go.
"You really want
Wow,
to
what a
do
pickup there from
that?"
Andy
And I was
Seth.
like, we're in LA. And I was like,
Just
I kinda
too
looked
many
around, he's like,
Two pair combos there that are firing on the river.
literally overhand.
I mean,
chucked
yeah,
it.
better aces. You know, Seth can certainly flat hands like I would say all the way up to ace queen suited there. You know, that is an under the gun raise you're facing from Yokoyama to
Yeah, I would
start the
appreciate
hand
to
off.
not get
Yokoyama not
big
the
blinds
deepest.
thrown at
You
me.
know, playable stack off
That's
25 bigs,
we'll
yes,
see.
but probably has a
He was-
decent
Matt
hand,
was
kind of
getting all
high-ish up in his
Making
range.
comments
So
about your hand on this stream is so good because, I mean, lying about your hand on this stream is so good. You get like an hour of
First time?
leveling and then the
This is the
re-level.
least like egregious thing I've seen done in the last like month.
I only have one card. Yeah.
I saw another
Yeah,
kid
but I
that
mean, are
did
any of us
this
gonna watch it? I guess you could have people texting you.
Oh, brother, you have no idea.
So I
I'm
don't
not
know,
gonna watch
stand up
him
from the table,
until,
get into a
you know,
fist fight, like kind of tackling each
I'm
other.
not-
Like,
I guess I could. I just I didn't.
stop the tournament for a
And
second. It was like the final table where they.
I don't know what time it is. Probably in about 5 minutes. My wife's gonna show up and she's gonna watch every hand
gonna
on
be
the
like-
stream with her laptop.
James bluffed you this time. James bluffed you this time.
No penalties, and they just go back to playing.
So it's,
She
it's like
loves
anywhere in
poker. She's
Vegas, you
the-
get like 86. If
like a budding little
Oh, yeah.
superstar online.
I mean, probably as you should, right?
Yeah, no, for sure.
My girlfriend.
They're like, if we start kicking
all
people
they-
out for that, we'll have no business.
Yeah.
You know.
Right.
Yeah, half of their player
It's the
pool will be
best.
gone.
Probably.
The cash room.
Yeah.
Enjoy it that way.
But it's also good that she at least understands.
Oh,
it.
for
She's self-supportive.
Yelling on the microphone and be like, BB 40 no matter. And then people are just stealing seats. Like, if the seat pops open, someone just sits down and pretends to be it. If they call a name and no one says anything for like 5 seconds, like 4 red.
Chatty little group here today. Love to see it as Ace King 8 with 2 clubs rolls
The
off.
first time I went, I was
Small blind battle here.
Couldn't get a seat. I was like, how do you get a seat?
Yeah.
And they're just like, you basically just have
Might just see a stab here from Rabinowitz.
to to it before it's running.
Flopped undercards to the board. He could certainly limp
Yeah,
some
we're staying on
aces.
the bike, so
60.
close-ish, but apparently the bike like rebranded.
Put a bit of
but
pressure here on
I've
Yokoyama.
heard different things.
The,
And there it is.
hotel rooms there.
Cool.
They're definitely way
I like to hear that.
What did you have?
Beg pardon?
What did you have?
What did I have? Do I have to tell you now?
No. I just figured I'd ask.
So he doesn't have to wait an hour.
In this room, you have to.
Time. Well, let me consider this request, Darren.
Just a curiosity request.
No,
Make them grind
I
it out.
understand
Make 'em,
it, I
like, fast
respect
forward
it.
through the stream on break to find out.
I can tell you.
top
what he
set.
The 30-second pause.
Monster here for Mullaly. Best drawing card in all of poker.
had. That was a good flat 3.
Thank you. I should have top set there.
Blinds, by the way, have gone up to 30K, 60K.
There we go. Now we're getting somewhere.
I think like 1.5.
You called the bluff instantly. Really got it out of my mouth.
Rabinowitz has a 3-bet candidate here. King 10 off, probably don't care much to play as a call, but you could leverage it as cutoff versus button. Does block some good hands from your opponent if Mullaly's stepping out a little bit.
Raise 330.
Just can't decide, can you? With those glasses.
This room's actually like very reasonable in terms of lighting. Like, normally I don't like the stream
Yeah,
settings.
the series streams are really brutal lighting.
Yeah, I just like perpetually take them on and off.
Rabinowitz coming with 330 on the button, puts the pressure on Mullaly, but he, of course, has the
All
goods and moves
in.
all in. Standard practice there, Donnie, for Rabinowitz to try and attack? I mean, I think so, yes. You know, I think especially as the chip leader there, button versus cutoff, I think you need to look for those spots to apply a lot of pressure via 3-bets when situations and the way that your hand interacts with their range calls for it. You know, I think too often you see lesser experienced players just kind of pass on those moments, but those are what make the better players separate themselves from the rest of the pack. Being able to find spots to get things through. And listen, it didn't work out there, of course, but it still is notable that Rabinowitz is willing to attack there. Another nice one here for Myles. A couple of jacks this time.
Raise 135. 25.
Myles, how much are you playing? You know?
I think a little under 2 million.
Yeah.
Yeah, just under 2 million.
We know Seth likes to defend from the big blind. He's once again going to come with it. King 7 deuce.
Check.
Seth with the immediate check.
Taylor, remember this flop?
I do. One heart too.
90.
I don't expect Seth to fold here. Pretty dry board. He did connect with the pair, has backdoor spades too. Does come with call. Interesting card here on the turn. It is another spade, adding that backdoor flush draw for Seth. Also, the 7 probably factors to or figures to interact with Seth's range more, so he could play this as a lead. And he's definitely going to do that. Look at that. Well done by him.
75.
Kind of leaves Myles Mullaly in this kind of weird area of playing a guessing game. Certainly has enough of a hand that I can see him calling. I think you probably have to call at least once here. And then you can, of course, evaluate things on the turn, depending on what the river, on the river, depending on what that card is, and what sort of sizing Seth comes with, if he does come with any bet.
Call.
Another 7 here on the end, which kind of probably annoys Seth in a way. Like if he's going to try and take control of the betting on the turn and rep a 7, I mean, now you just probably can't with 3 of them out there.
Check.
Right hand.
Mullaly with jacks gets to take this one down. Chips up nicely so far. Big winner on the day. He's up 1.1 million now to 2.5. And as you look at the standings here, we have a very nice cluster of stacks gathering behind Rabinowitz. Seward, Mullaly, Morris, and Seth all basically on that 2.5 range. Yokoyama at 1.2 and Black on 975. They are the shorter stacks, but this is still anyone's game here at today's final table. Kings here for Yokoyama on 20 bigs.
$120.
$120 from Yokoyama. Morris calls the button with ace-9. And now Seth again with one of those spots that we've seen him take very often, trying to go to a flop multi-way with a strong drawing hand. 7-6 of hearts. One of those hands that can outdo a lot of bigger cards if the flop cooperates. Shout out Jimmy Bluffett hanging out in the chat. Shout out, by the way, to everyone hanging out in the chat. Thank you all. Appreciate you tuning in. Some love as well coming in from the Netherlands. AMS Ilgi. I'm not sure. I never know how to pronounce some of these YouTube names, but I will definitely do my best.
Check.
Ernesto in the chat on Venetian Poker Live. As always, thank you for hanging out here as we see 4-4 deuce, 2 diamonds on board. Seth, just 8% here with 7-6. Yokoyama's kings looking real good. He's got the backdoor diamonds going for him as well.
Call.
I'm very interested in this line from Morris here.
Morris makes the call with just ace high. He's got backdoor diamonds.
Wanna pull that in?
Wow. Ace of clubs on the turn, Donnie. This must have been the game plan.
Yeah, you know, just call, knowing you're going to
It's not
smash
like
it on the
You
turn.
put them on when you play hand, though.
I mean, there are going to
Kinda
be
just
a
every
decent amount of
other
ace
round,
highs
puts them on.
He's such a
in the range for Morris, I would think. So, you know, Yokoyama, I don't think is just going to go crazy here with the kings.
Yeah, I guess.
not like a spaz, but like give me a minute. Give me a minute. Here's something. I don't think
Search
I'm
for
thinking
that
of a word.
Search for that word.
I just want to see if your word aligns with my word.
Does it deserve the A?
Yes.
It's not asshole.
I mean, Yokoyama's going to be
No.
No,
somewhat
okay,
bewildered when he sees this hand from
I
Morris.
would not describe myself as such.
No emotion shown there by Yokoyama and Morris. Tables ace 9 and Darren Rabinowitz. A very interested onlooker here. Comes with the head shake, or at least the nod, I should say. Morris now up to 3.2 million. Tied for the chip lead after that hand.
I think that ace-9 there, cut off first button, preferably to either just fold or 3-bet it. You know, it's kind of in a similar spot to what we saw from Rabinowitz earlier with the king-10, where, you know, the ace can interact and block some good hands from your opponents. Do you really just want to flat an ace-9 off? It's not suited. It's really disconnected. What's really going to materialize post-flop? So... But that's also one where, because it did go to showdown there, you know, you mentioned a couple head shakes there. Players are probably going to file that one away. Like, oh,
Yep.
okay, like this guy's going to just be playing the ace-9-0. Like, okay, like
100%. Yokoyama with 6 is all in now for 755. Oh, and Andy Seth picks up 2 jacks. Perfect timing here for Seth.
$750.
Donnie, is there a big decision here for Seth whether to flat or shove? Like, is Jacks the type of hand where if you flat and get shoved on, you still want to get out of the way?
I don't think you can fold here if you're shoved down. I think Jacks is just too good. But you could, you know, just call here, induce someone else to go, you know, kind of a little bit crazy.
Well, we got our first all-in showdown of the day. Andy Seth, who looks for back-to-back-to-back titles here at Venetian Poker Live, looks to send our first player to the rail of today's final table. We still have 7 players, but David Yokoyama now on the brink of elimination as he looks for his 6s to improve. Otherwise, his day will be done. And the flop comes out 3-4-5. That's perfect for him. Picking up
Fair flop.
quite a few additional outs here.
Dramatic flop.
7, 6, and deuce are good for him. Instead, we see the 8 of clubs.
Club is fair.
Clubs removed now from his options, and the 8 of spades
Yeah,
pairs the
yeah,
board.
yeah, yeah.
And David Yokoyama gets eliminated in 7th place. He'll take home $9,100
Didn't make
for
it
his
easy.
efforts. The rich get richer. Andy Seth now also up to 3.3 million. Got 3 very similar stacks there
Thought
on
you were
that
gonna ask
corner
for a count
of the
For
table.
a second. No, I was like, you're a fucking dealer. And
60.
there's 8 chips out there. You can't ask for a count. Like, of all the people in that spot, right next to you.
I,
You're literally a dealer.
I wasn't gonna ask for it.
I saw you just like,
I could see it.
yeah, no, I know.
He gave the like he was about to point to it. He's like,
If there was a clock,
I'll leave it.
then maybe.
yeah.
You know what I mean?
Hello.
Look at
Just
the
like
payouts
to be
here.
careful
What's
on
at
this
stake
side.
today?
I'm just messing with him.
56K for the winner.
There's a lot I can't do because I'm a dealer.
Counting chips is not one of them.
It's like
Counting
2.4,
chips isn't one of them.
2.4.
No, I'm saying there's a lot
I
that
have
should
2.
be.
Well, 2.17, 2.2.
Like if I start shortchanging and put my chips right here, when I know that this table's impossible to deal.
Whatever. I'm far enough behind, it doesn't really matter exactly.
Sorry.
Jack 10 suited for Morse. Could be a nice opportunity to get involved.
Do you know what you're playing now?
Raise.
3 point. I started the hand with 3.165.
Thank you.
$120 there from Morse. Gets a bunch of folds over to Mullaly in the big blind, who will dispose it at 9-4 off quickly as well. All right, chat. What's
And
your guys'
the,
plan
Poker Ghost
for
video,
the
I
summer?
never deal at this table. It just sucks.
Yeah.
It's huge.
Yeah, I try and make sure to throw my chips. as hard
I'm
as
not a
I
very
can.
good dealer, so like the RFID cards are a little bit,
Heavier,
they're just a little bit heavier, but I can notice a difference like when I'm pitching, and
Did you say you're not a very good dealer?
I don't think I am.
I disagree. I might not be the
I
best
mean,
fit of it, but
mechanics wise, like
Fair.
my strength is just game awareness and knowing everything that's going on, which goes a long way.
it does.
You have the slide down yet?
No, I mean,
Let's get the
it's
slide,
just it's
bro.
just my mechanics that I'm saying are just not, you know. I'm not one of those amazing dealers. Tight fold, tight fold.
5th tightest of the tournament?
Huh?
5th tightest of the tournament?
I mean, it's under the guns.
No,
It's all right.
but top 10.
I would think you would probably want to raise that though. King Jack off.
I just love the fact that Morse brought Ren Lin into the studio.
Raise to 1.
Tight fold, tight fold.
I mean, you have to.
We need more Ren Lin antics at
I'm
every
glad you're keeping
table.
track though.
Well, you were telling me.
Yeah, yeah.
How much did you start with?
8,
7, 8.
25, I think.
Yeah.
No, I did fold my fifth tightest today. He opened under the gun and I had king queen next and I just folded. And that was a hand that you and him got into it with the ace on the turn. So I felt like with him opening under the gun, I felt like it was if I'm ever gonna fold king queen off, that was the time. But that was my fifth tightest fold of the tournament.
Taylor, you have like a mil?
Yeah, just under 975.
So Myles, can I tell you about Johnny Bax?
Sure, yeah.
Brother, so he was like back in the day,
Well, tell him his name first of all. Cliff
what?
Josephy.
Cliff Josephy, thank you, from Syosset, New York. I'm sure I'm butchering the name. How do you say it?
Syosset, yeah.
How do you say it?
Syosset.
Syosset, yeah.
It's on Long Island, I think.
Yeah, it's closest to you, right?
Yeah, I'm like right across the bridge from Long Island.
Yeah. He was a legendary tournament player. He was one of the most successful backers of all time. He was a great PLO cash player.
I mean, at one point he backed like half of the pro community,
Oh, it's
basically.
too
Yes, him and
No, I didn't know
Eric
the announcement.
Haber, aka Sheets. They had a massive, massive stable.
Sheets and backs.
Yeah, I don't know, but 100 people, 100 plus people.
It was literally like
It's a
More.
big raise.
half
man.
of the good
This goes in
players,
top
the
10.
good players they played.
That goes in the top 10.
But yeah, he's just like
It was ridiculous.
It's funny. I thought
Like
you
his
were
impact
probably
on
making
the
a joke
poker
about how
community
many chips.
between
No, no.
his
because
individual
I was surprised they did that
accomplishments and
much.
all the
I was
people he
surprised.
backed and all the.
I thought maybe.
Or
I
actually, maybe-
You know, there's so many people that like he's like the guy behind
was
the,
fun.
the scenes, like
Yeah.
that enabled it or that helped them, that supported
Yeah.
them. He's an absolute legend.
Yeah.
And it still comes out and plays a little bit every so.
Yeah, and he'll like show up and win a tournament this summer. Like he'll win like an Aria 10K high roll or something. Scoop some money in the PLO cash games maybe and go back to his family.
Is he still
He's the
backing
man.
people? Or?
Pardon?
He,
I think he still
he
does.
backs some people.
Yeah.
Just not like before, right?
Not yet.
He
No,
used
no,
to-
no.
He used to have
It's
like.
and most of the guys he backs are like from that kind of time frame that are still in a relationship with him. I think.
Yeah, and the partnership between him and his ex-partner went bad.
Oh, yes.
Definitely from nothing. Yeah.
Backs had Joe Cata,
You weren't a
famously.
backs player.
Oh yeah.
Also, he made the final table, the main event himself. Were
seemed
you
like
there
could've
in the
been.
suite?
That was the time frame.
When he- I can't remember if you were there or not. We interviewed him for Poker News.
Oh, Johnny Bat when he made the final table.
Yeah, yeah.
I was there. I was
And
for sure
he
there.
talked about the backs and sheet stuff.
Yes, yes, he did. Yeah,
Well,
I remember that.
But yeah, for sure, one of the most, if not the most, prolific backer in
You're playing
poker
like
history, for sure.
3.3.
Just
Yeah,
sheer volume that he was backing all the
the
young guns back in the day, man. If you go back and watch that Joe Cata final table, backs his front row.
Oh
like-
yeah. He's there jumping up and down, going crazy, and also
For the old school homies. Pocket5s.com. Do you guys know what Pocket Fives was?
Yeah. I've heard of it. I didn't use it, but I
it's like grandpa's telling stories. Though.
This is so great.
I love this.
I mean, Andy Seth is speaking our language here.
Well, Andy Seth is from our generation, Donnie.
What's
You
up?
were never back?
Pardon?
You were never back?
Yeah, no
I
problem.
was never backed.
I thought in that, like that WPT Helmuth clip when he's like raging, doesn't he like turn to someone in the crowd and he's like, look how bad he's playing, and they're like, I taught him, like, where do you think he learned it? Wasn't that?
When he like laid down after he like lost on
Yeah.
the ground, that was.
I'm honestly not sure what you're talking about. If I had to guess, it was Faraz.
Okay,
But
probably was.
I thought Faraz had to play tournament poker, not the other way around.
Somebody posted that clip, I think, because you made those final
Maybe that's
tables.
what happened. You said, where do you think he learned it or something?
And you're like, he's on the floor over there.
Yeah,
That was you?
that's me. I wish, yeah. If that happened when I was 10 years older, I would have just roasted his ass.
Yeah, you were
Shell shocked 22-year-old Andy is just like,
Yeah.
did that age
What year
just
was
come?
that?
I could not tell you.
That was like well over
long
10 years
time
ago,
ago.
right?
2012 maybe.
330.
120 from Seward and Rabinowitz comes with aggression, makes it 330 with ace-10 off.
Yeah, this one a little bit more interesting given the position where Seward comes in with. Under the gun here. So
What's
you
your
would think
plan here?
somebody under the gun is probably a little bit higher up in their range, especially with the bigger stacks. Rabinowitz, Morris, and Seth all still to act behind, but maybe Rabinowitz is feeling like, listen, Seward hasn't really been
And you
too
have, like,
active, so
2.2
maybe
or
he's
something?
kind of looking for a
Just
spot.
under, yeah.
My hand does have some good properties. Has an ace, does block some premiums for my opponent. So I'm going to come with this one. Worst case is I get 4-bet, I have to fold my hand. You know, even not a bad case, he calls with something like, let's say, an ace-queen. I can still just play that in position. Action has paused here on Seth, though. I'm curious if he's got some evil thoughts here with this 10-9.
I mean, Andy Seth loves suited connectors. You can't just let go
He,
of those.
he really does.
He really does.
Other than the time when he folded the 8-7 suited when the guy had aces. But every other time he's like, suited connectors are my jam. I'm just in there. He is going to come. Look at this.
Wow. Andy Seth is turning the screws here on his opponents.
I mean, this feels a bit crazy to me.
It's crazy and
To
I
be
love
honest.
it. 775 with 10-9 suited. Just applying that pressure, and look at this. This is why he's going for number 3 in a row. Andy Seth in full control yet again, holding the chip lead here with 6 remaining. In case you missed it, he's won the last 2 of these events on back-to-back Mondays, and right now he is in the driver's seat for his 3rd straight title. Andy Seth getting it done with unconventional poker, might I say.
I mean, he just didn't want to fold the pretty-looking 10-9 suited.
I mean, I don't want to either, but I don't have the balls to 4-bet there.
No, no way.
Didn't know whether to shove or make it 775.
I mean, part of that, I'll say, is so much in poker has to do with the confidence that you currently have. And with the way Seth has been playing, coming out on top, you know, everything kind of working out in his favor, you feel really, really, really good about your game. You know, like you're trying to throw a basketball into a hoop that's the size of the ocean. Like you're just seeing everything. And there, he saw the spot, which is kind of crazy, again, given the positions that all started. Seward had opened under the gun. Rabinowitz attacked that. So, you know, in theory, it might be like they're kind of higher up in their range. But Seth saw right through it all and came with that 4-bet, and it just worked. I mean, it's great. And here he's just getting aggressive again.
325. 325. Price going up next time.
And Seth is just not slowing down. Ace-3 off now, makes it 325, putting pressure on Mullaly. A lot of this final table aggression has to do with good timing, poor timing, and whether or not your opponent is perhaps trying to steal one. But Andy Seth so far is really putting the pressure on his opponents, making them make the tough decisions, as he now has plenty of chips to play around with. And we see Queen Deuce 5 come out. I wonder how many swings Seth is willing to take here in a spot like this.
Century modern and like it's got the pool right on the course. Like that's
I like how it sounds a lot.
it's like a forever.
I mean, this sort of flop, pretty disconnected here. He also has that gutter. I think he's going to want to be betting this probably a pretty high frequency of the time, and he is going to come with it here, it looks like. And understandably so. You know, he's going to, the way this one played out, he's going to have a lot of the advantage here.
For sure. I used to live on a course at a country club and was a member and had my own cart and everything, and it was like it was a great time in life, you know. Just go out there whenever you want. Like, that was in Olympia.
That's what you would do, right? If you bought a place somewhere on a golf course.
Oh.
If you bought
Mullaly makes the call with 9s. Donnie, do you think Mullaly is going to face additional pressure, or is this one of those cases where Seth will likely shut it down on the turn?
I mean, it depends on the card. He could certainly come on a lot of stuff.
Check.
I mean, it's a pretty old neighborhood.
Like even now, this card, you know, I think
Stores or anything
Seth
around
can
there.
rep hands like Ace-King. And he can come with this one.
But some of the houses are cool in there. Just
You know, I don't think Myles has a lot of the ace-kings in his range. I think he probably has, say at best, ace-queen here. And then he's going to have some jacks, some 10s, some 9s, maybe as low as 8s. So I think it's certainly acceptable for Seth to come. You know, even if Myles has what I would deem as the best hand he could right now, being ace-queen, then you can still put a lot of pressure on that. And look at that. Aggression pays once
There's a
again.
course on Mercer Island, right? There's not? Wow. You would think there would be. Maybe the real estate's just too valuable to.
Yeah, they have 2 beach clubs and 1 like country club, but it's just tennis at that place.
It's just like tennis courts and.
Yeah. I mean, all of the clubs there are tennis and swim, and one of them just isn't on the water.
They have a yacht club, right?
There's 2. There's the shore club and the beach club, and they're both right on the water, but they're tennis and water sports.
Where are y'all talking about?
Mercer Island.
The town I grew
Seattle.
up in.
Sorry to interrupt. I had
No,
no
you're
idea
good.
about anything in Seattle.
Yeah.
I used to boat when I lived
more than
there at that
1.6.
country club in
Yeah,
Olympia.
1.6.
They let me keep my boat down at their dock
Okay.
on the water, and I used to love boating on the Puget Sound.
Yeah.
1.7.
Yeah.
About.
Yeah, including the big barn.
Raised to 160.
Waiting for you to announce fold so I can fold right after you before you.
Oh, my bad, bro. Here we go.
160 here from Morris. Continues to maintain his large
My favorite
stack.
is pass. I just love saying pass.
I like that one too. I don't think I
I'll
could
go
ever-
travel for EPTs just to say pass.
Did you do any
and be
boating growing
listened
up?
to. Sorry
Did
to
you do
interrupt.
any
What were you
No,
saying?
I was
growing
just
up?
saying I don't think I could
Not
ever bring
sailing.
myself to like.
It's like,
do it.
we had a boat.
If I was
Yeah,
at
we had a boat.
150,
in Washington.
Bro, try it out. It's like.
I've gone up there a few times and like buddies boats, but I don't like going through those.
Oh, no,
like,
the
those
analogy. I'm
like,
trying to think of one of those
Yeah.
things that seems weird, but as soon as you try it, it's
Yeah,
delightful.
inner tubing and water skiing and
That's what
wakeboarding.
saying pass.
Pass.
You go to Seafair, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. That's worth still going up there, right?
Yeah. I haven't done it in a long time, but
I mean, especially for you, probably having tons of friends. up
I
there.
don't have any family there anymore, so don't really have much reason to go back.
You're from Washington or Michigan?
Washington.
Or nothing to do with Michigan? What? What's wrong with me?
The area he's from is very,
Pass.
very Michigan-like.
Oh God, sorry, that's a bad fold. I forget the cards. Like
That's what I'm talking about.
I'm gonna slide.
Phil in the chat says, not that anyone cares. Phil, I care, and I appreciate you sharing. He's saying, going for a few nights in early June and then going back on June 22nd for maybe 2 weeks, hoping to play the main as long as I'm not down hard. Let's go, Phil. Let's get into the satellites, head on over to Venetian to perhaps, you know, spin it up from one of the smaller stakes events.
See that, Taylor? He eyed
Stakes
you
going to
back.
be
He's trying to
popping
wait you
for the
out.
next
Yeah.
2 months, more or less.
I saw that. I'd wait your ass out too.
Almost 4K.
I'm folding the 5th place personally.
What's new?
Nothing.
You and me both. You and me both, brother.
I'm still waiting to hear what the A word is.
Second
I think of a
letters. Second
few that
letters
don't.
are you, if that helps.
Huh?
Second letters are you, if that helps.
August?
Right. Fold the 5th place.
Players are waiting for their spots and then are allowed to do so, courtesy of the structure here, this event. It's hard to find better bang for your buck anywhere.
That game's live right now?
$800
The
buy-in,
Warriors game is live right now?
300K guarantee.
No chance, yeah. All right. Monday, midday.
Yeah,
Line's
those
now
are
at
super
40K, 80K with the 80K big blind
I thought it was
ante.
Monday.
And Mullaly Picks up pocket
All of a
queens on the
sudden,
button.
Since the tournament's finishing, but $800 tournaments are 3-day affairs at the Venetian now, so they can market us on their stream.
Actually,
They're also yelling
I
at
talked
us
to
when
him
we write
about
things on our bios that they don't agree with because they want free marketing despite not giving us anything.
And look at this. Morris finds ace-10 of hearts. Donnie, is this an easy defend with ace-10? No need to get into additional trouble and fighting back pre?
Not even a hat.
Yeah, I think
Not even
you
had
probably
one.
just
How
want
last
to
week.
play calls
They
here.
won't even let you wear your win hat.
Well, to be fair, I'm on board with that.
Yeah.
Even though this is, oh, he's going to come with a 3-bet here.
Oh, wow.
Building
Now,
a stream room to host Brian Oaken and friends.
So one of the reasons why I don't
DM
specifically
Yankees
like coming
viewers
with a 3-bet here is
instead of
I don't think you want to
just, like,
3-bet
giving things
fold
back to your regs
ace-10
here every
suited.
day
Now ace-10 off,
before your room
probably a
lasts
different
15
story,
minutes.
right? Maybe you throw that one
That
into the
was a
3-bet
decision.
fold bucket on a little bit
Oh,
more of a
do I
frequent
have a mic?
basis. But this hand, I
Looking
feel
right
like you
in
have
there.
too much equity. You kind of want to at least see a flop, if not trying to see all 5 if you can. Now listen, if you're going to 3-bet and call this off, that's a different story. But I don't think you're 3-bet calling
It
this
is
off.
what we suspected, though. He said
I mean,
it's
Myles
because
has to be strong here with where Taylor Black's stack is. He's got 10 bigs, right?
Unknown time.
yeah, this is very tough from
They
Morris.
don't want to pay them for a bunch
Could
of
have seen a
cards,
flop
don't
with a
they?
strong holding.
But I don't
Now
think there's that much
putting himself
variance,
into
like
an
a couple
impossible
hours, they
situation.
have to get set up.
We, of course, can see that
They can
Mullaly
see when
has
it's 10
queens.
and be like, call 'em in
But
and
Morris
then
only
some
has
sort of
ace-10
break.
suited, right? So what hands does Mullaly shove that he can still beat? You know, best he's hoping for is like pocket nines.
Yeah, I mean,
Who's watching right
at
now?
best.
Dad.
Yeah, 400 or 500.
I mean, you're hoping for pocket nines. You're hoping he's getting crazy with a king-queen suited, you know, something like that. But
1.5.
I just don't think Myles is the type of player who's going to go too crazy here,
1.560.
knowing where Taylor Black is in chips. Like, you know, those nines, the king-queen suited stuff like that. If Myles does proceed, he's probably just going to flat them in position a lot of times. You know, and I mean, yeah, nines probably goes all in, but I mean, you got to flip here.
I call.
Oh, look at
does
this.
call it
Morris
off.
does make the call. And we have a massive pot of 3.2 million. Mullaly in a great situation to double up as his pocket queens look to hold versus the suited ace.
Something. Put those mamacitas up there.
Morris, experienced dealer in his own right.
Like that?
Yeah, where'd the one card go that you set down?
Did you put it back?
She put it back on top.
Okay.
Yeah.
James
It's
Morris
an ace, so I just wanted to make sure it stayed.
looking for some help here. 32%, so still got a chance. Pressure on Mullaly, who needs these queens to hold up.
I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about Darren for
Like that?
airing out Venetian.
You can take my
Just
mic
making
away.
sure that the shot is correct, and here we go. First 3 cards coming out. 7, 8, 4, 2 diamonds.
Maybe
No
the
help
turn.
for Morris. All clear for Mullaly so far. Turn card is the deuce of spades. That doesn't change a thing. An ace and an ace only will send Mullaly to the rail. River is the 10 of clubs. And Myles Mullaly will receive a massive double up courtesy of James Morris. Wow. That was a huge one.
Yeah, a bit of a misstep there from Morris is going to cause him to tumble to second shortest in chips. And on the other side of things, Myles Mullaly flies up to second in chips, up over 3.2 million. Just a huge swing of events there.
1, 4, 5, 6.
Karma for giving me a block.
Quite a shift in dynamics here. Mullaly now with a large stack as Seward, Morris, and Black.
We traded
At the bottom of the
spots,
counts.
now that's how much basically. 1.6.
wanted to know that I folded one of your outs or no?
No, I either hit an ace or I don't. I didn't get any kind of sweat like.
That could mean so many things.
Me?
Yeah. Well, you can have so many outs and
Yeah.
so many different points of the hand.
Oh, no, yeah.
Could've
I'm
folded
a-
a
He's like, I
heart
folded
and
a heart.
ace.
Right, exactly. I folded the 3 of hearts. Or just like, I folded a jack.
Such a mini autist. Like, I always want to know that I have 2 outs, not 3, but I've never really met another human, though, that has appreciated knowing that information.
Doesn't change anything.
Call.
I'm one of those.
Option.
It's a coin flip,
It's like Schrodinger's cat,
whether you win or lose.
Schrodinger's card, right? Like if you don't know it's exposed, is it exposed?
Well, it's about to be World Series time where many people actually believe that. You either win or you lose.
Raise to 260.
Pocket.
I love the summer. Oh, I feel like I lose a few brain cells.
It's worth it.
Yeah.
It is very unique to the rest of the year.
Yeah.
So, Nick, how do you know what Pocket Fives was?
Just seeing things about it.
It was a thing. Okay, so you weren't around when it was a thing.
No, I don't like. I never like participated in it. I guess, but I knew
But
that
you're
it was.
aware of it.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but it's like the online ranking system,
It was. It was like,
but also a forum.
yeah, community.
Yeah. Yeah, I never used it really, but I've seen some stuff with it.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, like
No,
at
you're
some
fine.
point they sold to someone, and I don't know.
I think it might be Poker Stake, if I'm not mistaken.
I think
Yeah,
so.
back in the
yeah.
heyday, Pocket Fives was
Which I
a.
don't know why, because what does that have to do with it now? But
I'm not sure. They still have online rankings though, like
Yeah, not really.
On Pocket Fives?
players. Yeah, I think it's like under Poker Stake now, but it's still. I'm pretty sure the Pocket Fives name is still like there.
Taylor, stack, please.
77.50-ish.
Owen.
Raise all in.
Seth comes to the jam onto the short stack of Taylor Black, who finds King 7 suited.
Probably call here.
Black started his hand with 10 big blinds.
I think Taylor Black is trying to figure if he feels like he has enough maneuverability. Should he fold
First
this
fall of
hand?
the day that I'm not sure.
That you have what?
I'm not sure.
I think you should be calling there with the King 7 suited.
975. You have 324.
325.
325.
I'm gonna go field player mode on that one.
Yeah. It's
I
like
can tell you that one if you really want to know.
Sure.
difference.
Why not?
Jack 10.
It should be 3.24. You were on for 1.56. 3.12. Plus 80 for the big
Would you fold?
3.2.
I had a
plus
bad
40
king.
plus 1.
Pardon?
Bad king.
Bad king. King 7 suited is not a bad king. What?
That's,
no.
like that's an average king.
That's a pretty
If we're
decent
like
king.
I'm supposed to call, but 6-handed. I don't
You
know.
have 3 blue chips.
Who knows?
Yeah, bad.
What do I know?
Okay, yeah.
I mean, you're probably
I'm like the
calling King 5
I know it's
suited.
Last or second to last ranked person at this table to be qualified to answer that. Phone one of these guys.
Would you have King 5?
Yeah, right.
King 5 suited.
Yeah, King 7 suited.
That's what I thought you had.
Ace queen off here for Morris, looking to regain some chips.
Raise to 160.
No lessons at the table.
Would never.
Call.
And Seth makes the call with ace 10.
Nick's sitting over there. He's like, yeah, that's definitely a call.
I didn't even hear the hand.
Huh?
I didn't even hear the hand. I just heard king high.
I folded King 7 suited to a show.
When you say it and no one responds, you know.
Oh, yeah, for
You
sure.
just know.
Yep.
Nick's just like, okay.
King 7, 6, 2 hearts. Both players with ace high. Let's see if Morris wants to tangle with Seth, who has been on the more creative side.
Be a sick parlay that.
That would. Very cool.
Bet
Win
140.
the first tourney there.
Yeah. Maybe I should.
Call.
Well, this is a very bad card for Seth after he floats the flop. Makes matters even worse that Morris has the Queen of Hearts in his hand.
My instinct tells me it's like King 9 suited right there, but I'm not positive. I know I'm calling King 10.
Bet 230.
I would.
Morris comes with 230. Now, if you're Seth here, Donnie, you have to give Morris credit for some aces in his range also. The 3 hearts, not ideal either. Is this simply a case of
Wasn't sure.
call down in hopes that it's good?
I mean, I think here for sure you're calling, right? You know, I mean, you hit the card that is you probably figure is one of the best cards for you to hit. I mean, it is a heart, yes, but still, I think it's fine. You have too much of a hand here. It's size where you can easily just click call. And then you just have to evaluate things based on what sort of sizing Morris comes with on the river. Now, I think Morris is going to jam here. Has that Queen of Hearts in his hand, which does block some flushes for your opponent to have.
Maybe it's supposed to be
You had king 7 suited, not king 7 0.
King 7 suited. Yeah, no, I wouldn't call off suited.
Sure.
And then it's really just going to be a guessing game if you're Andy Seth.
If everybody had like 3, I think I call it because there's 2 where you guys are like I can double the tie essentially.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's fair.
$1.2 million in the middle. Morris trying to decide how much can I extract. And he comes with a hefty bet here on the river.
Bet
700, huh?
700.
So sick.
Seth knows that it's very unlikely that Morris just comes out bluffing like this.
$700.
What sort of hands is Seth going over here that lead him to perhaps think that he could still be good here?
I'm not really sure what value you beat. Let's start there. You know, is Morris taking this line with, let's say, King, Queen, King, Jack? I mean, because essentially then he's like turning his hand into a bluff on the end. I don't think he's doing it for value. I don't think you beat that type of hand, nor do I think Morris is taking that line. Do you think he's got Ace-8? Ace-5 suited, okay. Ace-4 suited, okay. I mean, those are the hands. But even then, is he going to be blasting here? Or is he just kind of on the turn? Does he go into like some kind of check call mode, you know, exhibiting some pot control with his hand? So this has to just be if you're winning, like a total airball.
I'm dropping it from too high.
I mean, what are the total airballs? Queen Jack, Queen 10, Jack 10. I mean, 2 of those 3 combinations, you have a blocker 2 in your
the one
hand,
that
right? If he's
Aaron
got
wants,
Jack
those
10 of
would be like
spades,
Will's finger, and
Queen
then
10
he
of
drops
spades,
them
like
off
you
the
have
top.
the 10 of
Yeah.
spades in your hand. So just removing some of those combos. I mean, I think it's hard to call this
I can
off
do that
here.
part, but I can't drop
I know
it
it's not
if I
fun,
play it like that.
and you can kind of talk yourself into it once you call the flop floating with the ace high and then hit that card on the turn. But in addition to making big plays, which we saw from Seth earlier, 4-bet with the 10-9 suited, you got to be able to make big folds too in key moments, and this is one of those spots.
Yeah, and Seth mulling it over, probably sort of knowing that there's not a whole lot that he can beat, but it is still never easy to let go of a pair of aces.
And at this point, with the tank from Seth here, if you're Morris, I think you're feeling really, really confident. You want to get paid off here.
Wow! Seth makes the call, unable to let go of his ace, and Morris gets an incredible amount of value here from ace-queen. Morris back up to 3.1 million.
Nice in. Thanks.
That's all.
Sick turn.
Here's a look at the updated chip counts. Seth still on top, but look at the shift all of a sudden. James Morris back up to over 3 million. Taylor Black still the short stack. Nicholas Seward on 22 big still pretty comfortable, so no real pressure on him just yet. If you're just tuning in, this is the final table of the $800 Ultimate Stack. 300K prize pool guaranteed, 56,000 up top for the winner today. The final 6 right now guaranteed just shy of $12,000, so nice ROI already for these players. This event coming at you from the Venetian Poker Room, located on level 2 at the Palazzo Grand Canal Shops. Brand new poker room. Even today, on a Monday afternoon, I walked in and the room was buzzing. It was full of action. Ace-9 of spades here for Morris. Goes right back to raising.
Call 160. What's that?
3-3-6-2 diamonds here as Seth, the only customer here for Morris. And Morris slows down right away.
What's that? 260.
$260 here from Seth. Understandable bet here.
Yeah, might see appeal here should there have been one spade on the flop. Then you have the ace high and some backdoor spades, but just whiffing there. It's just so hard to play out of position.
Just gave up on that.
I wasn't giving up. You're gonna have to put it
There's
in.
a chance I drive out on Wednesday and drive later too and skip the 1K that day.
Yeah,
But with spades.
honestly.
There's none of
don't know,
those.
we're
That, like,
doing
it would just be floating to be like,
Tomorrow.
oh, I don't believe you.
Oh yeah, tomorrow. You got an extra night.
Yeah.
Not believing me is allowed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For sure. German wants to be there for
Wow.
a night.
Morris
before.
just continues to pick up hands. This time it's pocket jacks.
So it can be in for 7 goals. Level 3.
That's 4.5 hour later. I actually don't know if it's that short.
What term is that?
It's just like
national
a
LA circuit at Commerce.
But what's the actual tournament? Is it the
There's
main?
an 1100 on Wednesday.
11.
and
It's just like a
Thursday
one-day
there's
one.
Imperial.
Yeah. It's just like a side event or whatever.
Yeah.
And then the free rolls the day after, and then the main starts.
Another good one here from Morris, 2 jacks. Rabinowitz defending.
Deuce 8-5, 2 spades. Morris still with the overpair.
That, 125.
I'm really curious to test to like look it up that spot. I think it's my instinct is queen jack off and like king 8 or king 9 suited.
Rabinowitz lets it go, and Morris
I think it might
again with
end
the
up
pickup.
being a bit wider.
Donnie, Morris plays straightforward, which I think is the right approach at any given final table.
But
Hands are so far coming at him,
What would be the
which
widest
has
suited
helped
head?
him to regain some traction after that big loss
Any suited
versus
I mean, I would have to, like,
Mullaly when he
I
doubled
don't
him up.
remember exactly what
Do you
the
think
stat
that
were.
I had
that is,
what
in general, the right
You had-
approach to be
I
on the
had
more
nine
conservative
of
side
nine of
at a final
eights,
table?
okay.
Play your hands
Cocktail?
sort of
Anyone?
straight up because
thank you.
you
Hey,
know,
Miles.
the room for creativity can
Yeah,
almost
two
only
1.5
backfire.
maximum.
Yeah, and
see
I
it.
think a lot of times players
Might be
kind of, and I've done
Yeah,
this
it
many
might just
times,
be-
and it's
it might
been to
just
my
be suited
detriment.
kings,
You
yeah.
know, when you
Well,
kind of just try and be too fancy. When oftentimes the right approach is just play good, solid poker.
Yeah.
Tony,
Right.
how you doing? Good, bro.
Solid
You
poker
too,
is
man.
definitely the name of the game.
Test me.
Rabinowitz 10-9 off in the small blinds versus Morris.
Call 80. Raise, 230.
Rabinowitz decides to limp, and Morris comes with the pressure right away.
Yeah, a little bit of role reversal here. Bigger stack belonging to Morris now. He's got one of those hands. King blocks the good premium stuff for your opponent. 4 is low enough that you kind of unblock all the middle stuff like Rabinowitz has, so can be tricky for Rabinowitz to proceed out of position. Now though, flopping top pair. Things swing back the other way.
Little bet. 120. Call 120.
Trips now for Rabinowitz, 780 in the middle. So far we've seen Morris
Check.
just bet when he has it, and he decides to slow down here, which is definitely a good choice. 800K here on the river from Rabinowitz. Morris with king high, perhaps doing just a bit of posturing here. Simply no case to be made here to feel as though king high could be good here.
Yeah, I would agree. This does feel like just a little bit of posturing here. Save a little bit of face before putting your hand into the muck.
Rabinowitz gets the big one up here after a bit of a quiet period. Two biggest winners on the day so far are still Seth and Mullaly. And Black is still patiently waiting for a good spot. Blind still at 40K, 80K. He sits on 7 big blinds right now.
Slow roll.
Mm-hmm.
Slow roll.
It's kind of fucked. I didn't look at my hand. Like the whole row gets to see my hand, but I won't know what it was.
Put it over the reader.
Should just remember to look when I'm on the screen.
4.1 million for Andy Seth, the winner of
Most
the
likely it was better than 6-3 off.
2 previous editions of the Ultimate
Yeah.
Stack.
The way I'm running,
Just
it was
tuning
like
in. Back-to-back
ace-jack
Mondays,
suited,
Seth took it down.
2 tens,
He's
maybe
going
2
for his
queens.
3rd title right now.
I mean, if you're running good.
Thanks
it
everyone
was
who's
7
tuned in
days.
right now on this Monday afternoon.
I'm running so good, it's like it'll happen. Five, yeah.
45.
In front right there.
I was going to bet a very similar amount.
What on that jack? On the 9-3 deuce 9? Tight now.
It's a good bet.
There's 175.
King Jack suited here for Rabinowitz, makes it 175. I'd say Andy Seth, one of the more deliberate players we've covered in a long time, who is always looking for a way to get involved.
Yeah, always. He just wants to play hands. Who, you know?
Can't blame him. Nick Seward has been quiet for a bit here too. He has the lowest VPIP of any player at the table, only 5%. This, of course, an indication of his stack size position and the action that has been happening around him.
You have it, Darren? God.
I mean, I had a very good hand, but didn't have it. King Jack suited.
Oh my God.
I had your fillers. I had Queen 10. Could have had an interesting board. Felt like you did.
Any more out there?
It's 425, I believe.
Didn't you just have 25K out there?
Yeah,
Yeah, I threw it in and he threw me a 5K. He's in 40K? Wow.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That was ridiculous.
You owe more.
No, good call. Yeah, actually good call.
Needed his roommate to get it. 425.
I was trying to pull a fast one.
You learned that from Min the Master?
Black gets shoved through.
Wait, he might not know who Man the Master is.
I know who meant the master.
Not only did you short it, but you got changed back.
High level stuff.
That's some serious next level shit.
So strong.
What did you shove, Taylor?
I shoved 425. I have 625 now.
Yeah.
All in.
All in.
Black all in now again. This time with ace king. Threes for Mullaly. At least giving it some thought. 7 big blind shove. Small pocket pair, perhaps just too vulnerable.
Double down. Thank you.
Black wins
He gave me
again.
one.
Oh,
First one off the top. 3.3205.
All right, sounds like the players are taking a short little break. I'm told this one is about 15 minutes. When we return, action will continue with the final 6 as we are playing down to a winner here today on Venetian Poker Live. The remaining 6 guaranteed just shy of $12,000. 56K up top for the winner, but we're still far away from seeing someone walk out of the studio with that beautiful gold lion trophy. For now, time to top up those drinks, perhaps get yourself a new snack. We'll catch you in about 50 minutes for continued coverage.
0.2?
At that point, if you're still in the Squid Game, you might as well start shoving because you got to win one eventually.
And it's heads up between Boots and Nick right now?
Yeah, I did announce it actually.
Yes, you did. Okay, good. It's a
And Nick
courtesy
here trying to
announcement,
get
by the
out
way.
of the
It's not
Squid Game
required
by
for the
making it
viewers to say that,
5200
but
with 6 deuce suited.
We do appreciate when they do.
6-3 for Boots gets out of the way.
I'll try and defend you, bro. I'll try and defend you.
JRB comes
I need
along
you
with
to
ace 10.
root for 7 of clubs.
Ooh, got it.
Oh, Nick's on a mission for this one.
Ace 10-3. This might be costly if Nick tries to really fight for this one.
Well, I think he's going to. He's got one of those types of boards that, as the person who put in $5,200, is going to want to represent.
Well, maybe the 4 of diamonds would be a nice card.
No problem. No problem.
I'll take any diamond.
Instead, we get a deuce, so Nick does pair up. Action goes check. 5 of spades on the river. Let's see if JRB wants to stay tricky here, knowing that Nick wants to win his way out of the Squid Game. But instead, JRB is going to come out swinging. Donnie, would you have liked to see him check here? Say Nick has to bluff if he.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm thinking of. Is that you just can really let Nick hang himself here. I know he did check back on the turn, so maybe that's telling JRB, this guy's slowing down a little bit. But you know, I think you can just really let him bomb the river. Is he going to call?
Oh, wow.
He calls.
Nick Salem with the hero call, and JRB gets a ton of value, and Boots will be happy with this because the Squid Game is still
10
on.
clubs was better than the 7 of clubs, all right? I protected you.
That was a big one for JRB.
He's loosened up a little bit.
28.
And he's going to try and punish here from the straddle. Nick will go see a flop. Rampage gets out of the way. Welcome to Joe Ingram in the chat. Good to have you with us. He says, road to 5K subs is heating up a little closer every day. But we won't be happy with 5K. We want 10K.
When's Joey going to be in the game?
Yeah. Get on the phone with JRB. I heard Joey is now a 2-card specialist.
That's what I mean, right?
He has
can get in there.
He has forsaken his old love.
Yeah. Well, you made a pair now, Nick. I mean,
a pair
Can't
is
fold.
a pair is good enough. I'm sort of surprised at Oaken on numerous occasions now, checking flop as the initial raiser and then betting the turn on what has looked like an inconspicuous card.
yeah, I mean, I think he's... I mean, I think he should just be betting flops like this, right? But I also think that maybe he's thinking, well, in a way, kind of like see where I'm at. Like, I'll just check, and if he checks back, then I have, you know, I can just fire. Oh,
Wow.
snap call.
Oaken bets 17,600, and Nick snaps him off with 8-5.
What the fuck happened in this thing? What the fuck did I just miss?
You see the confidence I called him with?
I never seen you throw one chip.
Look at this.
You see the
Welcome
No, we
to the
didn't know
Nick
you
Salem show, ladies and gentlemen. And Boots here trying to evacuate himself from the Squid Game. Makes it 3,000.
Oh, here comes Nick.
Oh, Nick with the big stack. He's going to make it 10K. Music to the... Oh, and Rampage finds 9s. Sound the alarms. We might have a massive clash on our hands. And all-in announced for 27,800. Action back to Boots. Double check the cards. He's also going to move all in.
I have a
Twice.
Yeah, sure.
I have ace-10. What the fuck am I doing?
Nick Salem out of the way, folding ace-10.
Ace-10.
Rampage will be happy to hear that because it's going to be 9s against ace-king. 66,000 in the middle.
I mean, he got me anyways. I couldn't play with
I had 10 8 suited though.
yeah,
Big one here.
I would love. I would
First
have lost my
board
10,000 no matter what.
is for the Squid Game. Here comes the flop. Jack 4-8. You can see the outs on the screen there. 2 aces have already been folded.
First what?
Turn card. Jack of spades.
No, huh?
Still looking safe. Rivers the 5 of diamonds, and Rampage gets the first one, and that means that Boots again, the loser of the Squid Game.
Hola, Chanchi. Buenas noches. I love
King,
you.
9,
I'm all
5,
set,
a
man.
set for Rampage.
Hey, running out of heart.
Boots looking for runner.
gotta go
It's
ahead.
not there,
Figure it out.
and Rampage winning 2 showdowns here with pocket 9s, and he's up to 66,000.
This night for Boots has been
Oh,
something.
it's unreal.
Calculate.
It's unbelievable. Currently only 3 winners at the table. Nick Salem, Rampage is slightly up, but up, and JRB. Three ways here, Jack 7-4. Top pair for JRB. Oaken's got a gutter.
JRB is going to raise it up to 8,000. Yep, of course. Ogun's going to come along and make the call. Building a real...
Now we're playing the game,
Man, if
boys.
a 9 comes, oh.
6 of spades on the turn. JRB has to continue firing.
Why did he check?
Yeah, why would you give Brian Oken a free card who could be in there with just about anything? You got to charge him.
Oken possibly thinking about betting here with the double gutter, but checks back.
Oh! It
There
does come in.
It is.
And JRB again with the check. Brian Oken with a well-disguised straight on the river, 20,000 in the middle. I would not be surprised to see a very sizable bet here. Are we going to see the bobblehead?
Overbet maybe?
Yep.
There we go.
27,000 is the bet.
I'm gonna get rid of this ugly shit anyways.
I'll take it.
There you go.
JRB losing a huge one. 74,000 going to Brian Oken.
Now they're expert. You
This
got
could
no
be trouble
chance.
right
If you
here. Look,
start to deliver
Nick
your hand,
flats
that
with
shit
the
is gone.
aces.
Oh,
They should.
Oh, baby.
and David Williams makes it 7,000 on the button. Nick Salem is just in full control here. This is a different Nick Salem than we saw 2 weeks ago.
I
Yeah,
really
this
wish
is
I had
great.
my squid button.
7.
Oh, we went from margarita to wine. White wine.
Maybe
Maybe
he's getting ready for the
Beef
dinner.
frying.
You
maybe
know?
some red
Don't
after
get the
dinner.
squid and tip the other 100. This
He
is
must have ordered
amazing.
seafood. Oh, he's going to come back over the top.
Truly incredible. Can't make that up.
21,400.
Not messing around. 21,400.
I'm all in.
Oh! David Williams with the misstep.
Oh my gosh!
He runs into aces. Nick Salem.
Squid button.
First board gets it.
Oh
First
my
board gets
God.
it.
They're in for 100,000 each.
You're going twice.
What happens to
150,000 in the middle.
I like that.
This is the hand of the night.
2 times.
Better call up my backup player.
You want them to flip over their hand?
I'm not flipping over, so I don't care what they say.
They want you to reveal your hand.
I'm not,
Yeah, they
I'm
won't
not
do it.
turning
Go
my
ahead.
hand over.
David,
So
Okay, just tell me.
Now he's
They're
protesting.
not rolling the hands
Put it
over.
out.
Go ahead, deal.
let's go.
Oh man.
All right. Running it
anyways,
twice.
You put it on the camera. Anyways,
First
right?
one
Yeah,
for
yeah,
the
yeah.
Squid Game. Aces versus ace 9. 7-6-3. Runner straight still out there. David Williams in a world of hurt right now.
Williams got in with the 8-4. He's like, I'm not sure.
Yeah, I wish it was. I wish I had 8-4 right there. I have a shot. I could hit a 5.
Oh, yeah, ace
I'm
queen.
First one's going to go to Nick Salem.
Ace, ace. Yeah, nice hand.
Second
2
board.
boards, right?
Yeah.
Split it back.
Second board hoping to save David Williams. We have an absolute monster pot on our hands during a round of Squid Game. David Williams thought Nick Salem was messing around, and he got caught
Nick, you can't have liked to
with
see
his
the king,
hand in the
king run out.
proverbial cookie jar.
I didn't like it?
You can't have liked that. King run out.
Yeah, horrible.
Because I don't want to turn over ace king.
Yeah.
Jack 8-8
He
once
said he
again
so did. I
looking
mean,
for
He knows
back
that.
doors here.
Oh,
And that is it. David Williams
I mean,
tosses
if
him
it's
into the
common,
muck.
so
8-4 would've- yeah, okay.
Nick Salem wins the biggest pot of the night. Absolute monster pot. Okay, here's my thing.
My mom, when she drinks wine, she has ice in it all the time.
I don't mind the idea of having a colder glass of wine. My problem is you got to drink it so fast before the ice melts, or otherwise it's going to water down your wine.
Yeah, no, I would just put like 1 or 2 ice cubes just
can
to
dance, though.
quickly chill it down. Probably
All right.
also why I like sangria so much.
You do want to do.
Here we go.
Let's go.
Here we go.
Oh, baby!
Of course.
No pair.
No pair.
We got a big one here
Ace king.
out of nowhere.
Yeah, you're very good.
Rips is tired of folding.
Hit that.
Good luck.
King Charles
Thank
gets
you.
him to pull the trigger, making the call here on the jam. We got a new biggest pot, 60,800.
Did they say once or twice?
I think we're going twice.
47 minutes to play his first hand.
Oh,
Got
yeah.
it in with a 3-outer.
10 king.
That's a good counter. Yeah. That's a rips roll. He just he couldn't rip the ball.
Yeah.
2 times signaled from Charles. Rips, hoping to get lucky and chop this thing.
There it is.
Oh, Jack in the middle. King right behind it.
Came too quick.
No diamonds alive here.
10?
Maybe
Queen
10 good.
gives us some outs here. River's the 3 of diamonds, and Rips already 1 jack short now.
30 something, I think.
Always feels good to win the first one.
Oh, it really does. Ace 9-4. No help for Rips, who's looking for a jack. River card 7 of spades, and Charles is going to win this thing.
It's 10, 20.
You got my ass.
6.
Ace is 6,000.
6,000 Oaken on the button with Jack 10 of hearts.
Beautiful hand to squeeze here. You get some raised folds. You get some hands that you're in pretty good shape against to call, and then
All 6,000.
you also have the range advantage. Here we see the King Jack suited just make a cold call out of the blinds. So it's going to have the Jack 10 suited dominated, but Oaken will be in position. And Was,
Call 6,000.
the 6-9-0, an infamous hand in poker. Just because of the value of the cards, Remco, nothing else there.
I was trying to think, what am I missing here? Jack 6 deuce, King Charles with a beautiful flop here, top pair, and the spade draw. Wasserson, by the way, and Sebas still in search for a squid button, along with Oaken.
Oh.
And look at this. Oaken just moves all in for 30,000 with Jack 10,
Call.
and King Charles doesn't hesitate.
I guess I can't call. Maybe bet
Twice?
10.
Wasserson obviously
Oh,
gets out of the
that's not
way.
good.
Worst
That
case
is
scenario
not
for
good.
Oaken, and the 2 10s have already been full. Welcome back to Venetian Poker Live. Andy Seth still on top as we return from the break with blinds at 50K, 100K, and a 100K big blind ante. My name is Remco Rinkema. Donnie Peters alongside me in the booth to provide you with coverage of this final table of the Venetian DeepStack Ultimate Stack.
Yeah.
$800 buy-in,
So, I
300K
guess I
guaranteed,
gotta get lucky. It's
56K
looks
up
like
top
you
for the
didn't
winner.
take care.
That is a massive ROI on an event here at Venetian. If you want to check out the poker room, please come and find us on level 2 at the Palazzo Grand Canal Shops. Brand new
You were
Venetian
at
Poker
that
Room
table?
is
I was, but I walked away during
the
the
place
whole
to play here in Las Vegas, I can tell you that.
before, so I can't give you too much context.
So it was a good sign, Donnie, when the room is
I'm sure he
packed
would love
on
to
just a random Monday afternoon. Yeah, I mean, it's spectacular. Nick Seward makes it 200K with ace 10 off. All eyes still on Taylor Black, who is the short stack with 8 big blinds. Before the break, we lost David Yokoyama in 7th place. James Morris has been one of the more active players at the table.
Thank you. I needed that one.
Confidence booster.
Once again, if you're with us in the chat on the Venetian Poker Live or the PokerGo channels, please give us a shout. A is asking, why is Seth such a sicko? Andy Seth disappeared off my radar quite a few years ago, but he is
Off
back.
everyone's radar.
He's back with a vengeance, and he's doing extremely well here, going for his 3rd straight title inside the Venetian Poker Room. He's going to need more room on the mantle to display all those lions. They should do a thing where if you win 3 of those, you could trade him in for like a super special version.
Like at a carnival?
Yeah, exactly.
You win 3 of the small prizes, you can upgrade to the next biggest prize.
Exactly.
I like it.
Blind battle here between Morris and Seth. Jack 8-6. Not without intrigue, I might say.
Seth switching up the look, huh?
Added a very sort of shiny, almost pearlescent sweater. Loved the pink sweater he had on last week with the, I believe it was the King of Hearts? Queen of Hearts?
Queen of Hearts.
Queen of Hearts. Seth bets 125. Morris makes the call. Queen of Hearts on the turn. Morris well out in front here, but a second stab from Seth would more than likely get it done. But it does go check, check instead. 3 of Hearts completes the board. 10 high is best. Let's see if this thing goes to showdown. I almost refuse to believe it. Seth now getting check 2 twice. Finding himself in a spot where he knows that checking back is not going to award him the pot. Is this the time to tell a story, Donnie? Is there a story that we can even tell?
I mean, it might not even be about telling a story. It might be about the fact that you just have 7 high. Right? I mean, sometimes it really is as simple as that.
So 550 in the middle. Seth comes with 185. Morris, of course, in a similar predicament, calling not an option. The question then becomes, is there value in me trying to bluff here? Is the size of the pot enough to where I want to go for it? And wow, look at that. Morris comes with a check raise. I did not see that coming.
Either did I. I thought once he went check, check, and then checked the river that he would just be giving up with it.
Extremely creative there from James Morris. Makes it 550 and wins what might be the most interesting hand of the day. Coming with the river check raise after not showing aggression at all. Well done by Morris. When Seth sees that one on when the delay expires, I'm sure he'll have some questions.
Was it only like 775 or something?
725.
Seth with ace-3 of diamonds in the small blind. Could see him jam here. Just put it in. Trying to put black under pressure. Queen-9 off for black in the big blinds. It's not been his day so far.
That one I think a bit closer than the King 7 suited.
Seward in particular looking at the stack of Taylor Black, breaking in a pay jump. Always has to be at the forefront of your mind. Played for 2 long days to get to this point. Can't let any value or equity slip through the cracks. And Morris again with the hands picks up 2 jacks. Andy Seth now with a7 of spades. Wow. Andy Seth moves all in for $3 million with ace-7. And Seward finds aces. What is happening here? What is going on? Why did Seth go all in here?
I don't really know. I mean, he's obviously just trying to leverage the fact that black is so short over there with 6 1/4 big blinds. So he feels like, listen, Morris is opening pretty late here. He could be wider. I have the ace blocker. Even if he calls, maybe I have a decent amount of equity. I mean, this is a sick spot now if you're Morris because Seward has to have a really good hand.
Wow. This is truly bizarre. How Andy Seth decides to go for it in a way that I simply can't sort of find any rhyme or reason for. He's on the button. If he wants to play a7, he could, 3-bet fold. There's a lot more options that he has to his disposal. But instead, he just swings for the fences.
1.64.
It's 164.
I mean, the pot's massive no matter what.
164.
Yeah. 16-4.
Morris having to call 1.6 million total with 1.4 already invested. So excuse me, with 200K invested, 1.4 additional.
I mean, I don't see how you can call here because, again, Taylor Black is so short. I think Seward, has to have a very, very good hand. Like, I think this is Queens plus, this is Ace King, and really that's it.
I mean, the way I just explained that was just completely off, and I apologize for that. Because Morris is deciding for his tournament life. Because Seth is already all in. I was looking at the Seward all in.
Yeah.
That, of course, for 1.6 total. But far more importantly than that, Morris having to worry about Seth.
I thought Seth, when he was thinking about it for a little bit, and this hand I think kind of fits into the,
what?
you could possibly 3-bet it. Also, I think it can play fine well post, a7 suited in position, so maybe you just call. I never thought he was just going to rip this in. I mean, that just seems ridiculous.
This is the most ridiculous hand we've seen on one of these final tables. Morris with jacks having to concern himself with...
It's obviously easy for us to say things. We can see
Yes.
the cards. But I still, I'm sorry, I cannot see Seward not having Queens plus Ace King here. I mean, he's been so snug.
I'm not sure what
Is he going to do this with 10s? I
Right.
mean, that seems kind of crazy.
Now, do you think Morris is actually more concerned with the hand of Seth? Is Seth supposed to be really strong here for him to do something like this, given his stack size?
No, I don't think Seth is really strong here. Like, if Seth has Queens plus, I think he's just going to standard 3-bet, try and induce someone else to 4-bet jam, and you could value that way. So Seth has, I think, a lot of, like, I don't know, ace-5 suited, king queens, like stuff like that, right? That can kind of just be like, listen, I got some blocker potential here. If they call, whatever. I probably have decent equity.
And look at this. Morris tables his jacks. Those end up in the muck. This hand only costing him 200K. But Andy Seth in a world of trouble here, tabling a7 of spades versus the aces of Nick Seward. Now, Donnie, this is the best possible outcome for Seth, given the way this played out, because Seward is a lot shorter than Morris.
Yeah, of course. I mean, you hate to have the guy have 2 aces. You'd rather have him 2 kings here, but, he can still drill something.
Wow. All right, big showdown incoming. 10-7-6. Seth looking for the lone 7 of hearts left in the deck. Instead, we see the 9 of hearts. An 8 would now chop this. Imagine if after all that, this is chop. Instead, it's the king of diamonds, and Nicholas Seward doubles to 3.6 million, courtesy of Andy Seth, who is down to 2.4 million. But that shove by Andy Seth will be talked about for many weeks to come, I'm sure.
I was in the blender. I mean, it was obviously authentic, like on this leg.
No, it was a good fold.
Wow.
Thought you were bluffing.
Yeah. It's not. It's you know, it's not that I thought Nick.
No, I'm fine. Too good of a spot.
All right, back to the action here. Nick Seward, all of a sudden, finding himself with the chip lead. Picked the perfect spot to find aces.
You have like a fear?
Like 2.7.
He saved you, kind of.
Like 3, 5
Yep.
myself. Really good bet over.
I don't feel bad. These are good hands.
Yeah.
They all have good hands.
Right.
Jack's the fold.
All right, we're back to the small cards. Blind battle here between Mullaly and Seward.
Sorry, Taylor. I tried.
Wow. Simply incredible.
What a hand. I mean, good lord.
Incredible. Daniel Williams says, because Seth is over aggressive, I wouldn't be surprised if he's the next one out, judging by what I've seen. I mean, his style has really worked for him. And of course, you know, missteps are a part of the game. That's what makes poker so exciting. That ace-7 hand was just overly aggressive.
Yeah, but I don't think he's overly aggressive to the point where he's in every single pot just blasting off. Like,
right.
Yeah, that one didn't work out, but most of the time his stuff is still pretty calculated.
Oh,
like he's
yeah.
not just, you know, I wouldn't really say he's at risk of going out next just because I think after that one, maybe Seth, you know, reins it in a little bit and says, okay, like, you know, I kind of tried to be the big bully. It obviously bit me in the ass, and we're just going to calm it down for a little bit now.
I do like the bully style of poker, I must say. I'm a big fan. That just brings such a nice extra level of excitement. This hand getting checked down to the river. Seward comes with the bet and takes it down. If you're enjoying the coverage, please don't forget to hit that like button, subscribe to the channel. Venetian Poker Live also coming back with more cash games this Saturday. The 100-200 JRB game, a staple here over at Venetian Poker Live.
Oh, sorry. Don't know your own strength. Yeah.
Meanwhile, Taylor Black, despite all that action, still looking for a double up. Ace-Jack for Mullaly now in the small. Mullaly on 26 bigs.
No way you're gonna fold those jacks. Just if you folded right.
No. I was going
You cannot call after he calls. And
Well.
pretty hand.
No, it's just if I'm beating your hand, though, I'm almost free rolling. Like I end up with the same stack.
Yeah, but a lot of bad things can happen.
A lot of bad things.
I can help.
All in.
And Mullaly is going to pull the trigger all in.
I'm also the least experienced person, so sometimes you have to take those spots.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, if you're not going to outplay anything, then you need to take certain spots.
Quite a lot of I've seen you make a mistake.
I'm not good at the pump fake.
I kind of like what
honestly.
I like what Morris was saying there.
Yeah, I mean, I knew you were doing it, but it was a good one.
Zach, he did it to me one time, and I was like, I like almost turned my cards over. Like Justin Zach.
Do you play back online back on the day? How do you know?
He really got me with it one time. He was like a Florida guy.
I've been around.
Yeah, I know.
For a long time.
Got it.
Ace deuce for Seth. Back to the action. Decides to let this one go.
I didn't start taking tournaments too seriously until last year.
Got it.
Last year I played a lot. Not so much this year.
Play cash games a lot too.
I don't anymore. Not at all. Now it's just tournaments. If I feel like playing, I'll go find a tournament.
Ace 10 for Rabinowitz in the small.
275.
Donnie, for someone who deals a lot of poker and who presumably isn't a full-time player, James Morris seems very comfortable at the table and very comfortable playing pots against guys he knows do this for a living.
Yeah, I think he's settled in very, very nicely. I mean, as James did say there, you know, he's played a lot of tournaments over the last years. I've seen him around town a lot, you know, both when I'm playing, maybe just visiting. You know, you see him a lot at the WSOP, stuff like that. So even though this may not be his full-time profession, he's out there battling in the streets. So don't sell yourself short, James. You know, you're right there in the mix with these guys.
Rabinowitz takes this one down.
Fuck you.
He bluffed you.
A 7.
Should have shoved.
I would have folded. You return the favor, the other hand now. I don't think that was a good one. It could be a good. It's fine.
200.
Seward with his newly won chips
What was the other hand you
picks
two
up a
played
premium
against each other?
hand again.
What was the other hand you two played against?
200K this time with pocket queens.
No, he just opened button, no jam.
Morris with 10-9 of spades. Just can't help himself to get involved with such a beautiful hand.
Good job.
My jam. Siaka.
Andy Seth now with one of those Andy Seth type hands. No doubt in my mind that he was going to play
You're
that
like
hand.
2.5. That's right.
Yeah, I think a little.
3, 3, 7, 2 spades. Morris
Oh, bro,
flops
you're
a
not
flush
even
draw.
gonna ask.
You have like 2-1, right?
2-2-5.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm pure too. You know, in this.
I just could count yours a little better.
Action checked over to Seward, who still feeling pretty good about himself here with the overpair. And look at this. Morris not wasting any opportunity and just check raises with the flush draw. Donnie, this semi-bluff here is very, very tricky.
Yeah, I mean, I think Seward is pretty comfortable with his hand. You know, I think there's also going to be maybe sometimes that Morris has value here that Seward is ahead of. 8s, 9s, 10s, jacks, for example. I think this seems like a flush draw a lot of the time. I don't see Morris with many 3s here.
Seward makes the call. And the question now for Morris, how do we proceed on any non-spade card? The Jack of Diamonds pops off. 1.4 million in the middle. Morris on 1.8. Stack to pod ratio is getting a little awkward here too.
Yeah, and this is, you know, the problem you get into when you're playing these types of hands in this ICM world that we're living in right now, because Taylor Black is so short. It's just really tricky. It's out of position. I mean, it's also understandable for Morris to want to continue here again on the turn, picking up additional outs to hit an 8 for a straight.
$450 here for Morris, Donnie. Goes very small. How do we even interpret this, Donnie? Like, what kind of range would do this?
Yeah, I mean, I think this one tells me that he's trying to control the size of the pot and see the river and ultimately try and realize his equity at a price he feels comfortable with. And Seward is an extremely studied player. I think he's very in tune with all of his opponents most of the time. And, you know, he does come with a jam here, and he's just really going to try and shut out all of this equity, which is very correctly reading this situation. You know, Seward, he plays in position on the flop. He can just call. He can take things accordingly depending on what comes out. And here, very nice card for him. Again, it's very hard for your opponent to have you beat here. 3s are hard to have. You know, it's really just ace-3 suited, and that's it. Now, he could also have 2 7s, yes, but is he coming with a check raise with 2 7s? It's also just hard to flop a full house, so, you know, he might slow play that, try and welcome in Seth from the big blind, so Seward feels like he's just got all the value here with these queens. And if Morris has a hand like he does, you know, you don't just want to let him control the price going to the river. You want to shut out all that equity. And if he calls it off and wants to chase that draw, fine, so be it. But you got to make him pay for it.
Thanks, Dustin.
Thank you.
All right, so this backfires massively for James Morris. Now down to 1.4 million.
Wow.
But that's also a spot where, listen, I know the 10-9 suited is extremely attractive. But, again, how short Taylor Black is now, sub 6 big blinds, I think there's a very good argument to be made that Morris should just put the 10-9 suited in the muck pre. Like, you just really don't want to get caught playing out of position with those middling suited connectors. At this stage of the tournament, you want to have cards that are more interactive in terms of like having blocker effects to premiums and stuff like that versus trying to win hands that have like good multi-way equity and you know, those types of holdings.
500.
Taylor Black on just 3 big blinds now. It'll be any moment now before he's all in for his tournament life.
Where's 200?
$200K now for Morris, off 13 big blinds. Almost seems a little out of line there, Donnie, to get creative there with such a small stack.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be hard going up against the chip leader. Seward here out flopping Morris. Now, part of what I think Morris is going to need to do here, and also generally going forward with his stack getting shorter, is just really recognize the situation where Taylor Black is very, very, very short. There's a pay jump of about 4K right now, so you know, your stack value versus Taylor Black's, you're in a much better position to ladder up one spot. So don't just, you know, kind of go too crazy and lose control, even though things as of late haven't necessarily been going your way.
Sure.
Interesting to see if Seward wants to come with a bet here. I think he could go for some thin value. I think he could also go the check call route should Morris want to bluff this hand. He's going to come with 100K here. You know, try and target all the ace highs. Wow, Morris is going to pay that off. I'm not going to say I'm a fan of that one.
James Morris.
Listen, I know it's 100K and it's one big blind, but it's so important when you're short like this. Like, you just have to conserve all the chips, so I think you just have to fold that.
Yeah, Morris putting himself into perhaps some unnecessary hot waters here. All the leverage he had not too long ago is now gone, and he is playing with his hands tied, looking for a spot to perhaps shove and double up. Taylor Black, meanwhile, a patient onlooker, needs a bit of a miracle to come back from a 3 big blind stack. And this hand would also be poor timing as Rabinowitz finds 2 aces. Wow, and Mullaly finds queens. Disaster cooler alert here at the final table. 6 players remaining, and Mullaly finds queens after Rabinowitz opened it up with 2 aces.
This is so crazy because Taylor Black has 3 1/4 big blinds. I mean, this is wild.
If you're Mullaly here, Donnie, how do you proceed? And look at this, he just flats.
Thank you.
He flats with queens in the big blind. And the flop comes king, 7, 8, all clubs. Mullaly, the only player with a club. I mean, given the way this flop comes out, I think we can immediately assume that this pot is not going to get overly big.
Yeah, and listen, the pre-flop, the call with the queens, this is such a very, very delicate spot. I totally understand why Myles is coming with just call. I mean, it's one of those spots where you really, I'm not sure how much study you're ever able to put into this when somebody's got 3 big blinds over there. You also have to factor in the fact that Morris has 10 big blinds as well, so you're pretty comfortable here if you're Mullaly. Just play this one pretty slow, kind of just pot control it the entire way. Starting pre-flop, try and pot control it the whole way to the river. And, you know, Rabinowitz himself is not like overly thrilled with this sort of board as the way it's running out, and also this sort of river.
Pardon?
So I could see a world where this goes check, and the players, everyone's going to kind of be like, what the heck just happened?
Where's the money at?
Yeah.
I should be sharp enough to look, but
Mullaly with the queens playing this coy.
too much to think about to look at this spreadsheet.
I must say I'm very impressed with his level-headed approach to this. Most players, when they see queens at a final table, they just get excited. You just want to try and build a pot, but Mullaly taking a conservative approach, perhaps not only because of the short stack of Taylor Black, also just the fact that Rabinowitz is not an overly loose player, playing under the gun. Wow.
Wow, you play fucking great, bro.
That's an interesting.
Rabinowitz says you're the best. What a hand.
I mean, let's say you elect a 3-bet if you're Myles Mullaly. Let's play a little hypothetical here.
Yes.
And Darren jams on you and turns his cards over and has ace-king.
Yes.
You're puking.
Still not happy.
You're puking, right? Like,
Yep.
given the fact that Taylor Black has, 3 big blinds, Morris has just under 11, but like you're absolutely throwing up. Like, really, we're just gonna flip for, 60 big blinds right now? Like, that's insane. And also, like, I don't think that. I think Darren, Myles obviously knows how good Darren is and how experienced he is. So let's say Darren has 2 jacks. If Myles comes with a 3-bet, which out of the big blind is, I would say, generally more strength than not strength, I don't think Darren's going nuts with 2 jacks pre-flop. Like, he might just call in position, take a flop, and go from there. But I don't think he's, like, 4-bet ripping it in because he's only getting called by better. So, I think that was well played by both players there, and it's just also a factor of the situation here.
Well, the situation at hand is still the same. Everybody's staring at Taylor Black. James Morris has worked himself into a very unfavorable position over the course of the last orbit. Meanwhile,
kind of sick if you're Taylor Black and you see Queens versus Aces table and you're just like, guys, like, can I get some normal players here? You guys would just be all in, no big deal.
Well, here comes Taylor Black with a shove. Finally, this time holding King 5 of diamonds.
325 or 350?
25.
325, got it.
And Morris now in the big blind with a chance to send Black to the rail. King 10 of clubs.
Oh, he's
Should
peeling.
be plenty to
He's
make this
going
call
for
here.
max sweat at my expense.
Oh, there it is.
All right, call has been made. We have an all-in showdown. 800K in the middle. Taylor Black at risk for his tournament life.
That's all right. It didn't take him very long.
He's lasted for 51 hands.
Well, before I looked, I was like, can I ever fold anything? But yeah, I guess I could. Just because I'm
You could fold
second and
$2
shortest.
for sure.
You know.
It's not been Black's day, and he's looking for some help, but he's going to need a lot more than just his one hand. And it comes King 10-5. Morris flopping top 2. Black hoping for running spades. King on the turn
10 for the chop.
gives him gives him trips, but it's not going to help at all. 5 on the river does give him a full house, but James Morris already with the larger full house. Taylor Black on his way out the door, collecting just shy of $12,000.
You can be like,
and we are down to the
bless
final
the king's
5.
full, the king's full. Take care, bro.
See you guys.
Well played.
Just one of those days where you just sit around and wait and wait and wait and wait. And then when the opportunity finally presents itself, you still can't get it done. Very unfortunate, but that's just how tournament poker goes sometimes. And here we look at the updated payouts. 15,700 for number 5. You're looking at the man with the short stack, James Morris, on 14 bigs. Every time we see an elimination, the dynamics change just a little bit.
2-1.
Seward now makes it 200K with Queen Jack suited. Rabinowitz, ace king of diamonds now on the button.
Where is it?
Just gonna get a 3-bet here.
550.
550 requested.
On.
Wow, and Seward moves all in over the top with Queen Jack suited. Rabinowitz wastes no time, makes the call, and we've got the biggest pot of the day happening right now.
Good luck.
Rabinowitz at risk for 3.5 million chips, meaning that whoever wins this hand is going to be our new chip leader. Seward can afford it. He's got an additional 1.7 million behind, but boy, oh boy,
I know what I'm.
this is absolutely massive.
Right?
I mean, they both have royal draws, so one of them I just want to see a royal from
All
either
right,
of you.
here comes the flop. Rabinowitz,
Be a part of
62% to win this one. An ace in the window, and a jack and a 10 behind. Never easy.
That's,
Seward
interesting.
looking for
It's a saucy
a
flop.
king or a jack.
even more
4 of
interesting.
diamonds on the turn.
Loves the turn.
River card. The 3 of spades. And Rabinowitz rakes in an enormous double up to 7.3 million. Makes Seward knocked down to just 1.7.
3.
Life is good when that ace king just holds up in an all-in showdown.
3.4, 3.5, 3.
3.53. Yeah.
That's answer.
Nice.
3.53, right?
Yep.
Let us know in the chat, how do you feel about that shove? Holding Queen Jack of spades. Lots of pressure applied there by Seward with a hand that can still go in many different ways. Do you respect the jam there?
Yeah, I was wondering if you might pull the trigger there. You know, I think it's just a bit difficult to have to play out of position. That hand has some decent properties, and then, you know, if you do get called like that, as we saw, you still have a lot of equity in most spots, so it's not the end of the world. Just so happened your opponent had it. What are you gonna do, man? They always have it.
In case of doubt, they always have it. Rabinowitz on ace-4 of hearts. It's created a nice buffer between him and the rest.
4,200,000.
This is great.
Is that a legal race?
How much you said?
4.2 million, he said.
4.2.
Oh, man.
All right, 4.2.
even the dealer's like, wait, I heard that right? You did say 4 million.
That's amazing. Rabinowitz putting everyone else all in here.
Not a nice cash game hand.
If this is the type of poker
Nice
we're
cash game,
in
man.
for here, I'll be
Same.
very happy.
I did
7-5 of diamonds.
So I had 8-5 of hearts. So
7-8 suited.
7-9 suited.
7-8 suited.
7-8. Wow.
Oh, we could have done something together.
We coulda-
boys. We could have really done something.
If this
The
guy
three of
would've-
us against
we?
Darren.
If Darren would have just took a break and
Get it,
admired
man.
his chips for a minute, we could have got into it. A little 5-5-8 flop.
Just in honor of Dr. Dapper.
4.2.
Ace queen off here for Morris on 11 bigs. Shades come on. Could we see a shove here?
All in.
And there it is.
Players go in.
Pass.
1.4 even.
Like 1.7.
Man, even with a $5 tip, you still can't get cocktails over here. Tragic.
$5 in Vegas is the new $1.
Correct. Hey, dear, is the cocktail?
Yeah, this is the two-time defending champ. I mean, you got to get the man a drink, right?
Gotta work on that. Gotta work on that. Sort of how to get attention from the
Pass.
waiting staff.
Imagine if he hit him with the, "Do you know who I am?"
Pass.
Do you know how many trophies I have?
Starting a movement. Let's go.
Oh,
Nick.
potty
Oh, I'm so
pooper,
sorry.
potty
I
pooper.
was completely
He's too dialed in.
zoned
He's
out. I-
way too dialed in.
Maybe
Oh, God.
zoned out, dialed in, same thing.
He was thinking about Queen Jack of Spades.
Yes.
Right there.
Nah,
Cooler situation. What are you gonna do?
I made peace with it.
What is it? 120?
You're not a dweller. That's what I appreciate about you. You don't dwell. I appreciate that. You move forward.
I try to.
It's hard to do.
It's easier said than done. But
Yeah. I like to ruminate for a few hours.
it's the way I am as well.
Seward ace jack off. He himself now.
850.
Such a different spot. Makes it 850 off a 1.4 million stack.
Pretty hand, Nick.
That is a pretty end.
That is a pretty hand. Dear God. Good bet.
It doesn't seem
Even when
like
he
it
doesn't
at
get
all.
dealt the suited connectors, Andy Seth just loves the suited connectors. Absolutely loves
I
them.
just had those exact two cards against him last time he went all in on me, so. You remember the board, right?
Yeah.
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 Exact same hand.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
That's a hard one to
Sick.
fold.
Yeah. Hard fold, I know.
Yeah.
I mean.
It's crazy. I've had 10-9 of spades at this final table. Darren had it once, I think.
I've only had it twice, but my chips went to Nick both times, so.
With spades? In spades?
Yeah.
Wow.
So screw that hand.
250.
I could see Morris taking this spot here against the button open from the big chip leader. Morris is the shortest stack. There it is.
Players go in.
Very nice. Morris with the jam.
3 times now.
That was a sick one. I had a banger of a hand there. Darren crushed.
I have the easiest stack to play now. That's the only positive side of being the shorty.
You have like 1.8? 1.6, including this.
Ace 10 for
I think that's his.
Mullaly on 2.3. Donnie, we're in the 61-20
Probably.
level,
Yeah,
and it feels as though
bottom goes.
they've lit a fire under these players.
Well, yeah.
You want
People are just going to be getting after it now.
No.
I mean, Darren's going to get after it when the opportunity
Yeah,
presents
like
himself with such a big
1.95.
chip lead like this.
Yeah, that's what
The
you
shorter stack, Seward and Morris, you know. I think part of it is you were able to secure a couple of pay jumps,
Math
so
major? I know it's pretty simple.
the human element of it, you know, not wanting to be the first player to bust, all that sort of stuff is
Right.
out of the way now. I mean, just knowing these players for the most part, we've obviously seen quite a bit of Seth over the past couple of weeks. And just from what we've seen here today from Morris, I think we're still in for, in a ways, a little bit of a grind. I think these guys are just going to play pretty calculated for the most part.
That's it.
You get a defend here out of Seward.
On your reshove when you just shoved it.
Check.
Yeah. That's what I had to fold. So thick.
Yeah, I'm surprised you didn't really think about it though. Oh, how much do you have?
2.
Yeah, so it was most your chips.
Yeah. It's colder in here than last week.
Yeah.
Sick brag.
We can, you know.
Huh? Yeah, I know you guys can. That's what I'm saying. I wouldn't mind.
Yeah, that'd be nice. Thank you. Oh, it's right there. That's easy. Thanks, Matt.
That's service right there.
Matt's a grade 4 person.
In the Poker Go studio, it takes like an act of God for us to get the temperature change because it's like we have to call someone like.
Yeah, they might as well be on the opposite end of the strip.
There's a few 4 people here who are
That's
really
nice and
good.
simple. You just-
Ace deuce here for Seth. We're in the math contest era of the stream right now. Morris, Seth, and Seward basically exchanging glances here. Nobody wants to be the next player out.
$2.40.
And Mullaly finds jacks in the big blind. Good timing for him. He's on 22 bigs. Are we often just reshoving this?
How much did you start with?
1.94.
Yeah, I think just
Thank you.
put this one in.
All in.
All in.
He is going to
close
move all in.
Fold.
Seth is under protest. Let it be known. But he is going to give this one up.
Myles has done, I mean, you can correct me if I'm wrong here, but I feel like he's done everything right at this final table.
Oh, that's
Like talking about your math test, he's scored 100.
Yes.
Even the queens versus aces scored 100. Like just, it's been a perfect 100.
It's very impressive.
Now, I guess the one time he folded that pair of sevens, blind versus blind, against Seward, when it was like, I think there was a queen, a 10, and a jack out there. But, I mean, whatever. That's, you know. Okay.
Pass.
You got bluffed one time. But other than that, I mean, 100% from me. Which, you know, you and I talked about it before. the stream.
He ain't playing that.
We first saw him 2 years ago at the WSP Millionaire Maker Final Table, and we were both very, very impressed.
Good for you.
Yes.
Like, well, who the heck's this new young kid playing amazing?
I'll do it next time.
And, you know, Myles
We're waiting over
Mullaly
here, bro. We're both gonna...
doing his thing.
Pass.
Pass.
Ah, there you go. One out, boss. One out. Small wins, small victories.
That's what life is all about. The little ones.
Rabinowitz. Ace check off in the small blind. Great spot here to attack the big blind of Morris. No one ever believes the small blind raise, but this time Morris does not find a hand worth fighting back with.
Suited too, you know?
Bottom's good. Right players, nice zero. Thank you, buddy. Good luck.
Thank you.
Take a bucket, please.
Yeah, can I grab one of those waters? I don't have any.
Here's a look again at the trophy. The gold lion with the wings awaits the eventual champion. That comes along with a $56,000 top prize as we look at Darren Rabinowitz still hanging out on top after that massive pot where his ace-king held up against the queen-jack of Nicholas Seward, who now finds himself at the bottom of the counts. Andy Seth and James Morris tied there in the middle of the pack, while Myles Mullaly, who is scoring high on the math test today, sits in second place. Donnie, I just realized that the NBA draft lottery is in a couple of minutes. I know it's playoff season, but can my Raptors get the #1 pick one time?
I hope not.
Oh, it'd be so good. Cooper Flag.
I don't want it to be the 76ers.
You know who's probably going to win? The Mavs. They got like 2% chance.
I mean, it's probably going to be the 76ers, if we're being honest.
Yeah.
They're just going to... I mean, they completely butchered everything
Yeah.
in recent times, and now they're somehow going to get saved
Yep.
by getting Cooper Flag. But also, from everything that I've kind of read and listened to on different podcasts, this doesn't sound like you need like the top pick and that's it. This seems like top 5, 6-ish is like pretty good, you know?
Yeah.
So if you're
Sorry.
in that situation, maybe, yeah, you don't land Flag, but it seems like there's a lot of really good,
Can I not do math?
possibly NBA stars in the
Yeah,
future
1.165.
that can all go pretty high. So not the worst draft. Versus last year when they were like, there's not even a #1 pick. I mean,
Right.
it's kind of like you do whatever.
Well, as it stands, Utah, Washington, Charlotte all have 14%. New Orleans 12.5%. Philly 10%. The only reason I'm bringing this up, these percentages,
Pass.
is because we've all been in poker hands where the 14% came in or
Oh,
the
yeah.
7% came
Oh,
in.
yeah.
San Antonio has a 0.7% chance. That's like runner perfect.
Well, I think there was some talks about maybe San Antonio like does something crazy with a trade or something. You know, try and pair.
Oh, they have 2 first-round picks.
Yeah, like try and pair something where they can ultimately get the #1 pick and go after Flag that way, like Wemby and Flag.
Oh.
Good lord.
That'd be great. Yeah, there's only a few teams I don't want to see win. I would hate for Washington to win, or Charlotte, or New Orleans, or Philly.
Pass.
Of the teams that could win, before we go back to the poker, as Seward finds ace king, I would say I'm okay with Utah, Toronto, San Antonio, Portland.
I'm anti-Utah, but I'm for Charlotte.
You're
Like
for
I think
Charlotte.
Flag and LaMelo would be like fun.
Right.
You know, it'd be like a highlight reel. Utah, I feel like every season you need to remind me that Utah has a team.
It is one of the closer NBA franchises to Las Vegas.
Well, when are we getting one? Let's go.
I know.
I feel like it gains steam every year.
I think it's not going to happen until LeBron retires.
And he'll get the team.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's the rumor.
I went to a Utah Jazz game once against the Celtics, and it was a really great atmosphere. Packed house.
I went to my first one this season in a long time. I was in New York. We went to Knicks Cavs. It was very early in the season, but reminded me how great of a venue MSG is. I mean, you're like on top of it.
Yes.
I mean, we were like in the balcony, but still, you're like everywhere in there is like on top of, the court. It's such a great arena.
So one of the coolest experiences of me watching live sports when I saw the Knicks versus the Miami Heat when the Heat had the big three.
Oh yeah.
Pass.
Well, if you ask
Maybe. I don't know.
LeBron's guy, Rich Paul, Bosch wasn't a big
That was
three.
just
Remember?
routine.
Just for some reason throwing shade.
1.45. Or no, 1.65.
1.65.
Morris all in here for 1.65 with ace queen suited. Mullaly in the small blind, having some things to figure out here. Are we going beyond the value of the hand and also looking at the risk-reward ratio, taking into account of two other shorter stacks? Or are we simply thinking about this hand in the moment here as Mullaly decides to pull the trigger?
I mean, it's somewhat in the consideration, but at the end of the day, I think nines is just too good. You're going to go with it there.
Now I could like to see a royal flush.
All right, James Morris, tournament life on the line. Ace-queen versus nines. Morris standing up for this one.
I might have folded
Adrenaline
the king of hearts.
must be at an all-time high here for the man who often deals inside the PokerGo studio. 10, 4, 5, 2 diamonds, looking clean for the nines of Mullaly.
It's on this side anyway.
Morris, the player at risk. Making sure that triangle placed alongside his cards. Ace or a queen. That's what he's looking for. Or running hearts or running wheel. That opened up the whole book here.
Yeah. Look at these outs.
17 outs now for Morris. 39% on the turn without a pair in his hand. Can Morris escape? And it's running hearts that comes in. James Morris with the double up, 3.5 million heading in his direction. And Myles Mullaly knocked down to just 1 million chips. What a way to win that showdown.
And that, my friends, is tournament poker in a nutshell. You get deep, you got to win your flips. For one person in that hand, James Morris, celebrating. For the other person, I think that face from Myles Mullaly there says it all, Some slight heartbreak. Got to win your flips.
Morris, very cool. Like no celebration when that river hit. He has seen it too many times. A7 off here for Seth, who would have also loved to see someone depart. Now, Andy Seth, winner of the two most recent Venetian DeepStack events that we streamed, no stranger to be in the short stack. On both occasions at his final tables, he went through a rough stretch before he ultimately closed it out. So this guy is far from out of it.
All in.
No need to get cute here for Nick Seward. Just going to jam here with the nines. It's going to get no action.
Pass.
Can I have blue, please?
You have 3.3. You have how much?
1.4 to start the hand. I'll tell you in a second.
$2 million.
I was like, yeah, like 1.9.
1.285.
7 now for Seward. 15 bigs. That one's going to hit the muck. God, to be Rabinowitz in this spot. It's just the best feeling in poker. I'll argue with anyone on this. Having chips in a tournament is just the best feeling. So rare to take it all the way. Just cherish that moment when you finally get a hold of some, and Rabinowitz here comes with the pressure again. Just going to jam on all his opponents. Morris now firmly second in chips. This is not the spot you want to be in.
No, I think this is a pretty easy fold. Like I just, you know, Mullaly, excuse me, sub 10 bigs. Seth, what, 13, 14 bigs. I mean, you just,
Oh man.
you just can't risk it.
Oh man.
I had the best hand. I had the best hand.
You had a pair?
No.
Five, 4 suited is good. Put them in the blender.
Rabinowitz is going to keep blending everyone every chance he gets.
All in.
1165.
Players now taking turns, trying to get some chips.
Not the best. Not the best hand. I have ace.
A good hand.
Not the hand I would have liked to get all in against.
Miles, we got 920.
Donnie, what's the worst hand Rabinowitz can shove if you were to go all in every hand?
Sorry.
940. 940.
I mean, he can shove this one for sure.
And there he goes. There he goes. And
I mean, this might be the worst hand, like,
Don't understand.
like
how
even
he
if you
can
shove
keep going
what is like
all in.
technically a worse hand, let's say
He said
Jack
one.
10 suited.
yeah,
Like, if you get
That was the
called,
last two
that
words
probably
you said?
has better equity than
Right,
ace 6, and we see Seward here finds ace king
That's
suited.
old
So this
school
is
where
all
they
in.
would hold you to
Call
six.
it.
Seward is suited, and he's got ace king. He's gonna go for it here.
King jack.
Rabinowitz tabling ace
Good
6,
luck again, sir.
of course, knowing
A jack five
that
straight.
this approach could backfire,
Yeah.
but the ROI is simply
I
too
had
good to
one
give
left
up on
on it.
spots like this. And now Seward with a chance to double back up into the game.
Now we root for Darren. Again, nothing personal.
Take a wheel. How do you feel about a wheel?
Rabinowitz
I would not like that, no.
arguing for a
Just
chop.
wouldn't like it.
All right, here comes the flop. 10, 7, 3, 2 hearts. Seward flopping the nut flush draw for some extra protection. Rabinowitz now looking for a 6 and a 6 only, but it can't be a heart.
Feels impossible for Seward to, or for Rabinowitz to win this one now.
And as you say that, the 8 of clubs
Always a sweat.
gives him some additional outs.
This would be a sick way to go.
Oh my God, it would be disgusting. 5 outs for Rabinowitz. River is the 4 of diamonds, and Seward's ace-king holds up. Rabinowitz still on top with 6.3 million. But these sort of double-ups just have a major impact on the other short stacks. Mullaly
I
now
think it's 1.6.
will really feel the heat and make a move of his own.
665.
And, you know, I say that, you know, feeling the heat, but we saw that Taylor Black was patient for almost 50 hands before he decided to go all in. So it does go to show that there's no reason to panic. Even though if you get down to 3 big blinds, you still
Because it's
have
chalky.
your choice or whether or not you're going to go all in. And some players will say, yes, but you have no full equity anymore, or when you double up, you're still very short. But ultimately, it's also about outlasting your opponents.
Yeah, I see it.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Taylor Black example is also a good example of you can kind of trick yourself into waiting too long, especially when you are the shortest stack. So Mullaly in this example, he has all the ICM shackles are removed from him because he's the shortest stack. Now somebody like Seth, who was definitely very much and openly so rooting for Rabinowitz on that hand, right? Like he's kind of in this weird spot. Like, man, I wish I would have got that pay jump. Now I'm still here in this weird spot where I can't do anything because Mullaly's over there so short. So yeah, Mullaly's going to try and find a hand where he just gets his money in. You don't want to wait around too long, right? You gotta kind of take your spot if it does come and not back away from it. But Seth, I think is the one right now who's kind of just like, can somebody just bust? Can I just get this next pay jump, or can I find obviously a really good hand that I can get a double up with?
I mean, they're all channeling Sean Winter. That's one of those players who's shown time and time again that
the king of the short stack.
It just shows that patience sometimes does get rewarded.
They don't need
And Mullaly here with the mystery cards jams 820 into the middle.
And I do think we have a little bit of technical difficulties with the card reader, so
840.
bear with us while we try and sort that out. But nevertheless, all in here from Mullaly, and Rabinowitz has a decent decision because it's so short, and we're going to see it anyway.
Oh, let's go. Queen Jack suited for Rabinowitz. It's King 4 off for Mullaly in the blind battle, hoping to pick up Rabinowitz's big blind and the ante, but instead finds himself at risk for his tournament life. King 4, however, a favorite against Queen Jack. Here comes the flop. Let's see if Mullaly can survive. And it comes 7-7-5. Rabinowitz looking for a queen or a jack to send Mullaly to the rail. Turn card incoming. It's the king of diamonds, and that'll do it here for Mullaly. Excuse me, I didn't see the diamonds. High drama still underway. Rabinowitz looking for a diamond, and it comes in.
Oh, there it is.
Oh my God, I feel like that's my fault. I feel like that's my fault. I didn't see it. I already called the double up. Apologies to Myles Mullaly.
Yeah, good play.
As runner diamonds come home, and Rabinowitz again above 7 million chips.
It was over.
Yeah, that was
I didn't see the diamond.
Myles Mullaly collecting $50,773 for his 6th place finish.
Didn't he know the hand's over?
How much do you have now, Darren?
I'll tell you after.
That was absolutely massive.
120.
You got it.
Runner.
A little bit of.
Never easy.
Some blue for me, please.
Yep, coming.
Four-handed now. Final 4
1.4,
guaranteed
I know you're worried.
21,195.
I was surveying James stack. I was going to go to you.
5.3.
Surveying James' stack. Story of next weekend.
Whatever happens to Andy Seth,
0.1.
the fact that he's already gone first, and now top 4 is absolutely insane.
I knew when I said that I was not. Sorry, James. How much?
And Rabinowitz now,
Looks like
he finished 4th in that last one. That Seth won, so here with this big chip lead, has a chance to
2.6.
do himself a bit better.
3 million.
3 million.
All right, 3 million. We're still getting there.
3 cents.
3 million. All in.
All in.
And Rabinowitz keeps on pressing. Apologies for the cards.
Worked.
All right, we have a slight technical issue with our card reader, so we'll be
nice
taking
and toasty in here.
a short 5-minute break here to resolve a small technical issue with the card reader, so we can provide you again with cards up coverage here on the PokerGo and Venetian Poker Live channels.
Okay.
Hopefully it's not your cards there having a problem.
So here's a look at the chip counts as it stands. Rabinowitz firmly on top.
I'm not looking at it.
7.
Seward, Morris, and Seth still hoping for a bit of a comeback. All right, we'll be back in 5 minutes to resolve these issues, and then we'll try and find out who wins this thing. See you in a few.
got my ass.
6.
Raises 6,000.
6,000. Open on the button with Jack 10 of hearts.
Beautiful hand to squeeze here. You get some raised folds. You get some hands that you're in pretty good shape against to call, and then
Call 6,000.
you also have the range advantage. Here we see the King Jack suited just make a cold call out of the blinds. So it's going to have the Jack 10 suited dominated, but Oaken will be in position. And Was,
Call 6,000.
the 6-9-0, an infamous hand in poker. Just because of the value of the cards, Remco, nothing else there.
I was trying to think, what am I missing here? Jack 6 deuce, King Charles with a beautiful flop here, top pair, and the spade draw. Wasserson, by the way, and Sebas still in search for a squid button, along with Oaken.
All in.
And look at this. Oaken just moves all in for 30,000 with Jack 10,
Call.
and King Charles doesn't hesitate.
I guess I can't call. Maybe
Twice?
bet 10.
Wasserson obviously
Oh,
gets out of the
that's not
way.
good.
Worst
That
case
is
scenario
not
for
good.
Oaken, and the 2 10s have already been
I
folded.
knew I had the middle card pre-flop.
Twice.
84,000
yeah,
in the
JRB
middle.
folded the 10 of clubs, right?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, okay. I didn't even notice that. But wow.
Damn it.
King Charles in a terrific
So
spot.
drawn to a chop, it looks like he needs an
Oh, is that
ace
King Jack of
and
spades?
a
Yeah.
deuce or a
Yeah.
6.
Oh,
Yeah,
good. Oh,
he's 2 pair on
20
board.
favorite,
Or
maybe? I don't even know.
more.
Twice.
More. He's got
Twice.
2 outs
Twice.
over there.
Twice,
80-20.
You got 2 outs?
I mean,
yeah.
this game over for Oaken on this
2
hand.
outs.
These
It
are
could
two,
be.
2 10s only. As long as no spade.
Yeah,
As long as
outs.
no 10 is spade.
Yeah, that.
Just come ace ace.
Are you okay?
Oh no, even that is no good. What am I talking about?
He's at 80% mug.
And that's
And
it.
that's it.
I knew I was going
Brian
to
Oaken is going to lose this $84,000 pot. And King Charles
You have more than 30, right?
also winning
Yeah.
3 hands already during the squid game
Alright.
here. That's adding up quickly.
He's cooking.
He is cooking. 15K in the middle. Peter maybe regretting just calling now. 7-7-4 on the flop.
Peter with the best hand still, but can he find a way to get the showdown and actually win this, or is someone going to be betting and bluffing? Sebas with the betting lead kind of has an awful flop for his hand. No backdoors. Against 4 players, he's still going to find a continuation bet.
Call.
Well, at least Peter is not giving up right away, which is good to see.
Yeah, good point, Remco. If you are going to slow play ace king and you get these kind of flops, you still have that equity of maybe having the best hand and the possibility of turning an ace or a king still to make the best hand.
Yeah, you know what the sick thing is that the way this hand plays, Sebas is the most likely player to have an ace, so he might try and represent that right now, which could, of course, lead to this pot bloating up even further.
Absolutely. That's exactly it. He's the most likely one to have an ace, king, ace, queen, pocket aces, and he has nothing. He has dust, queen high, so obviously he has to bluff this turn card. And Peter, slow playing ace, king is going to work out maybe for the max here if he can find... Now, the problem here is Sebas' bet big, right, 11K. Now, whatever, it's not a big bet. It's about a half-pot bet. But when you get called here, the gig is up. Like, your opponent has something strong, either a slow-played 7 or an ace. So he probably could give up his queen high, but I don't know, will he? Because when you get to the river and you can't win,
Right.
the best bet is usually to go all in.
That's the hardest thing in poker.
To
is
give up.
It's just
Yeah.
surrender.
Yeah.
Wave the white flag.
But he might find it here, like I said, because when you bet 11K and you get called on this texture, your opponent's going to have something.
And he moves all in. The snap call from Peter. And look at this. Peter plays it unconventionally, hits an ace on the turn, and wins a pot worth $93,000. 5-4-7, 2 diamonds. My eyes quickly dancing across these cards. Seb with the overpair of jacks. Brittany with 8s is going to bet 2,000. JRB comes along, calling with the queen 5. And now Seb
Who's winning the
makes the
Lakers game?
call.
Can you see?
Now, passive play could really
know
lead
who's
you
winning
down
the
some
Lakers game?
dangerous
Oh,
streets
the
here.
game is over
Yeah,
a long
but
time
in
ago.
these
Who won?
bomb pots, you
Lakers?
got to
I
play
don't know.
passive in these spots because it's just really hard to navigate. And as we see, look at these runouts. Brittany with top set. Peter now makes a straight. He's going to bet it. Brittany snap calls, but she's got to know, look, I need the board to pair ASAP. And Sabas with a quick fold to jacks, which is good.
6啊，还没什么牌。
Oh my God. Brittany with quad eights.
Wow.
靠不靠？
好呀，这个你看
How did that happen all of a sudden?
And she gets snap called when he goes
你看
all
我
in.
撕掉了。
Unbelievable.
Jack high, some queen 10 flop or whatever. You maybe get it all. So that's kind of my argument there. And here we got some big hands again. Peter not going to go anywhere fast.
Welcome back to Venetian Poker Live. Apologies for the short delay here, but cards are about to be back in the air. The final 4 players battling for the top prize of $56,500. They're guaranteed $21,195, so not a bad payout already on the $800 investment in this $300K guaranteed event. My name is Rem Korinkama. Donnie Peters in the booth with me. Nick Seward on ace-9 of diamonds. And Seth now the short stack on 1.4 million.
Raise to 270. 2.270.
Makes it 270. Rabinowitz with ace-7. Donnie, are these the type of spots that Rabinowitz can really use to his advantage when a player not named Andy Seth is involved?
I mean, yeah, selectively so. I understand that ace-7 off is just not going to play that well. Maybe wants to back off a little bit after the ace-6. I think it's also worth considering that when someone else does open, they're going to be somewhat narrow with how short Seth is. So,
Yeah,
you know, again,
3, 5, 7.
when Rabinowitz is the first player into the pot, different start to the equation versus when somebody else enters the pot. Then he needs to just, you know, factor it in accordingly.
Morris now with 8s in the small blind. Wow. And Seth finds aces. What a time to be alive if your name is Andy Seth.
All in.
And he moves all in for 1.285.
1285.
1285. 1285. Call.
And Seward makes the call with ace-9. Good news for Andy Seth.
No way did you full
That's a
pocket
crazy
eights.
That's 2 black eights.
That's crazy.
Top 5. It's replacing one of the other ones.
That's
from
crazy.
before.
I had an ace also. Seems real.
It's good.
I know.
You had an ace?
Yeah.
Man,
Yeah,
my
don't
suits were
overlook
dead
the
in
fold
everything.
there
Two
from
black
Morris
eights.
with those 2
How'd
8s.
you fold that?
I don't know, man.
Here comes the
Nice
flop,
ace.
655. No help for Seward.
Folds.
Seward looking for a miracle here. Andy Seth's aces primed to guarantee him a double up, and there it is. Lock it down. Andy Seth doubles up to 2.7 million. Seward now down to 2.3.
1285.
All right.
1285. Thank you for moving.
Sure. Sure.
Seth, Morris, and Seward all very close together. Rabinowitz probably licking his lips at the thought of slowly grinding his 3 opponents down. Rabinowitz, ace queen suited, and just when you thought he was going to raise any two hands, any two cards, he's going to just find a really good hand.
Pass.
Pass.
250.
It's catching on. Everyone is passing.
Why'd you put all those blues in?
Pardon?
Why'd you put all those blues in?
Ace
What do you
2
need blues
suited
in
now
here?
for Seward in the big blind.
My bad. My bad.
Donnie, could this look tempting just because Rabinowitz has been so active?
Yes, but I wow.
Wow! Seward jams, snap call from Rabinowitz, and on back-to-back hands, Seward all in and an all-in showdown, and again, he's in bad shape.
Dude, I just doubled aces to.
Man, oh man. Nick Seward, one moment you're in contention, the next moment you're hoping and praying for a good run out to stay alive in this event. And here comes the flop. Queen, 5, 6, 2 diamonds. 1% for Seward here as Rabinowitz flops top pair. Deuce of diamonds on the turn will seal his fate. And Nicholas Seward, in just two hands, gets sent to the rail in 4th place, collecting $21,195.
Good game, bro.
And it's between Darren Rabinowitz, James Morris, and Andy Seth to decide who wins this Ultimate Stack event.
She just looked at you.
You're behind me. I'm looking.
Wow, Rabinowitz top 4 last week. Andy Seth winner of the last 2 events. James Morris the wild card today, as the final 3 are guaranteed $28,935, 40K for second, 56 for first. This could be a very intriguing three-handed battle, Donnie. Like, Rabinowitz with the big stack, Morris kind of unpredictable, Seth very loose, wanting to play pots.
Yeah, I love it. I think the dynamics are setting up for a really fun three-handed battle here.
Just one big?
Yep, just one big.
I would expect now that we're down to 3, Rabinowitz just continues to slowly kind of increase the aggression, really put the pressure on his opponents.
You know what?
Both Morris and
2.69.
Seth are bunched up very close, right around 23 big blinds each. So with that 80 big blind stack that Rabinowitz has, he can certainly put a lot of pressure.
Queen 10 here for Seth as a three-handed play commences, which, by the way, in my opinion, is the most exciting part of tournament poker. Three-handed is just so full of exciting dynamics. There's nowhere to hide. 10, 7, 9, 2 hearts. Seth flops top pair. Rabinowitz, middle pair, and the backdoor flush draw. Ten pairs on the turn, giving Seth trips and also the check mark.
$225.
Rabinowitz coming with 225 here. Seth weighing his options.
Raise.
And Seth now decides to raise on the turn. And that'll shut Rabinowitz's ambitions down.
On this end? Right. Okay, 75, 150.
Deuces for Seth. He's going to raise it with 300K. And now Morris, after a prolonged period of him being sort of on the sidelines, he's going to get back into action.
Go.
9, 6, 5, 2 clubs. Let's see if Seth continues here. He is going to continue, makes it 275. And look at this. Morris not wanting to give up just yet. Doesn't even have backdoor clubs working for him. 8 of diamonds on the turn. I wonder what he's up to. We've seen him check raise with nothing before, so perhaps he's got some thoughts up his sleeve.
Check.
He does go check, check. Now look for the lead from Morris. I wonder if that was part of his plan. Or would that ace be too scary given the fact that Seth was a pre-flop raiser?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's obviously better river cards than this ace, but I think you could still reputably tell the story that, you know, you have a 7 here out of the big blind. You know, I think there are also spots where you probably have a
I don't think
2
I
pairs.
can win a check.
Oh, you're going to win,
Oh,
sir.
I can win. Wow.
Oh, look at that.
That's how good I'm running.
I was calling too.
I believe it.
I mean, nut no pair is pretty strong.
You were calling? Okay.
I guess if I was calling,
I
then I
wasn't
should
good
have
enough to
bet.
bluff there, but I probably should have. It's 150 for me, right?
Yeah. Raise 325.
Rabinowitz makes it 325 on the button. Meanwhile, Donnie, never think your hand is dead, because the Mavs just had a 1.8% chance to win the NBA draft lottery, and they got the #1 overall pick.
Wow. Of course they
There's
did.
no justice in sports, Donnie. There's no justice in sports. Unreal. Shout out to Jeff Platt. Congrats.
So Nico Harrison is the GOAT?
He is, yeah. He just made it happen. Pocket force for Morris on the button.
I'll tell you what. Flagging Luca would have been way better, though.
Oh, my God.
That's for sure.
All of them.
All in.
And Morris is just going to jam the button, announcing all of them. 14 big. Seth in the small line with ace-6.
It's 2.14.
140. Yep.
14 bigs, ace-6. That's maybe a little bit too light.
Yeah, I don't think you can call here. still have Rabinowitz to act behind you. You know, worth considering there.
So sick. Folding an ace.
So sick, so sick.
So sick.
So sick, so sick. I didn't have an ace, so your ace was live.
Speaking of sort of,
The first one is an ace. I didn't imagine I was going to be doing much folding.
speaking of Myles Mullaly not knowing who Johnny Bax was, he probably has no clue where the "so sick" came from either.
So sick, so sick.
So sick.
150.
Shout out to Elke. Andy Seth still in contention for the three-peat. I can't believe he's 2 eliminations away from pulling it off here. As Morris finds ace-10. Call. Let's go.
Call.
James Morris risking it all with ace-10. He's in good shape.
You know who I'm rooting for?
For me.
Andy Seth hoping for some good luck here for Rabinowitz to get himself
Good luck
down
to
to heads
both
up
of you,
play.
let's be honest.
Right now, Morris in a great spot as he sees a 10 in the window, an 8 and a 6 behind it. Rabinowitz does have the ace of diamonds. Morris, 94% to double up to 4.8 million. 6 pairs on the board,
2 point.
and that'll do it. Morris up to 4.8. Rabinowitz down to 6.7. Andy Seth in short stack now with 3.7, which is still 24 big blinds. So really anyone's game here, three-handed, as the final 3 are guaranteed 28,935.
James, Bartel, anything else?
I'm good, thank you.
Okay.
I heard that Mavs pick that won it was actually the Heat pick.
Really?
But it was
both have
it
like
became
4?
the Mavs because the Heat didn't make the playoffs.
I have 3.6.
Wow.
And you have
That
4,
is
5, yeah.
something.
And they were in the play-in,
3, 4,
and
I also-
ultimately lost out.
I also heard the Bulls and the Mavs flip-flopped on their
80.
lottery odds after a coin flip
Hair in there, sorry.
because of the standings at the end of the regular season.
Oh, that's incredible.
My entire Twitter timeline is completely melting down over this Mavs pick. I love how sports brings us all together. It's crazy too, you know, like my team, the Raptors, they tanked for a whole year. They were pretty shitty. They had some good young talent that got some run, which is nice. But you tank a whole year and you get the 9th pick. Like, it's just not worth it. The
This is
Jazz
3.4.
were absolutely terrible, and they got the 5th pick. Like, it's just
The 3.56.
tanking is not worth it.
No, it's. I mean, not when they do it, you know, the lottery way. You know where tanking's worth it. Shout out to my ex-favorite team, the New England Patriots, who completely effed it up, blew it.
Good.
You tank in the NFL.
Yeah, of
And
course.
they won the game in the last week of the season and went from having the 1st pick to the 4th pick. I mean,
Oh
what are
my
you guys
God.
doing?
Yeah.
Even if you don't necessarily think that, like, the 1st pick is the best thing in the world this year, it's still something you can use as an asset.
Right,
That pick. You
right.
can be like, hey, who wants it? Come get it. Best offer. No, like, it's so, these teams operate so weird.
Tanking in the NFL is also infinitely easier than any other sport. There's only 16 games.
I don't understand. I mean, I know there's the whole human element of it. You know, you have guys that are going out there. They're obviously playing for contracts, you know, roster spots next season. So they're going to give it their all. But, you know, as the GM or whoever, can't you just be like, hey, we're not playing X, Y, and Z? Like, you're just not playing.
Back to the action here. Morris called from the small. Seth checked. Action went check, check. And now Morris betting 150K on the turn. Seth with king high is going to come along and make the call. 9 of clubs completes the board. Ace high is best here. And Morris continues betting. Throws out 600,000. Seth with king high, perhaps thinking he can be a hero here, but heroics would only work if he decides to raise. Seth showing some discipline, letting go of this one.
Get in.
Joe Sullivan in the chat says, no tanking, promotion and relegation like European soccer. Well, that also doesn't work, but the tanking is definitely a bad look.
I'm a pro relegation guy.
Yeah,
I wish.
in these closed systems where there's no real second tier.
You know where it would work perfectly?
In
college football.
Oh,
there are
interesting.
like 200 teams.
Right.
You could be like, okay, top tier, you're like basically the SEC.
Right.
Second one is, the second tier teams. And then if you finish in the top 2 or 3, you move up and you move down. And because obviously these colleges have so much money involved, like top tier is like the best. Like that's where all the money is. Like it could work there because there's so many teams, But again, American sports are stupid and greedy, and it doesn't work out. I know the USL, that other soccer league, is trying it. Or going to be trying it, but it's like, is it going to work if you don't have the whole system built out?
Right.
It just seems very hard.
If you and I could look like 100 years into the future, and just looking at sports, I think Major League Soccer would have the best chance of figuring it out, just because I think that with time, there's a good chance that soccer will continue to grow in popularity, and there simply are so many towns and cities that could have a professional team in the future. And I also think it takes less as far as a fan base to support pro soccer versus some other sports. So to me, it seems like that's like 100 years from now, that could be the coolest thing ever. When the U.S. has like, perhaps one sort of top league, and then all the other ones are regional, like what you have in England, where you have Conference League, North and South, leading to the top league here. All right, enough sports talk. 300K is the bet from Rabinowitz here into the set of Seth. That's a nice little tongue breaker.
Yeah, this was limped pre. Interesting that Seth did limp from the small blind. Was, of course, going to go for the limp jam, would have been my guess, but
975.
Rabinowitz does just come with a check, and this turn card here is going to be action, and a tricky one for Rabinowitz to navigate.
All in.
Brother, if you have deuce 4, fuck.
Wow. Look at this. Rabinowitz with 2 pair decides to jam, and Andy Seth calls it off, and he has his opponent drawing dead. This hand escalated so fast.
Doesn't matter. I'm dead.
Darren Rabinowitz drawing dead.
1-1.
And Seth now up to 6.6 million. Rabinowitz now the short stack on 3.3. Excuse me for the mid-hand distraction there. as we were deep in the weeds of some sports talk.
It's okay. We caught up at the end.
But this hand is just unbelievable. A set versus a well-disguised turned 2-pair. And Darren Rabinowitz loses his edge over the other 2 players. And Donnie, just like the 2 previous weeks, Andy Seth within striking distance of another title.
Yeah, and it's not without going through that rough patch. I know you mentioned, at the previous final tables, he had stretches where, he wasn't just the runaway chip leader. Seth did have his ups and downs. Now, of course, he is back up on top.
My stack was right? You saw it?
I counted it.
You counted
Yeah,
it?
you're right.
Close enough.
I counted that stack and you matched the 5. You're good.
Rabinowitz back to the drawing board on 22 bigs.
Do you know just roughly what you...
I just counted, sorry, 3.33.
All in?
All in.
And Morris pulls the trigger from the big blinds to get Rabinowitz to fold. Ace-10 here for Rabinowitz.
300.
King-10 for Morris in the small blinds.
Call. Heads up.
Ace, deuce,
Check.
5.
Check.
Rabinowitz pairs his ace.
And nice and clean, too.
$175. Call.
Nine of spades on the turn. After Seth came along with the speculative queen 9, but Donnie, now that he's paired his 9, is he sort of trapping himself into this hand becoming costly?
Yeah, now that he hit this 9, I think it's going to cost him some additional money starting here on the turn. I would expect Rabinowitz just to continue to try and drive some value.
$725.
725.
And Rabinowitz continues to do his own betting, betting 725. Now, Donnie, if you're Seth and you come along on a sort of a speculative hand and then you hit your hand, it becomes that much harder to accept defeat.
Sure, and you saw that earlier against Morris when he floated with the ace high, hit the ace on the turn, he ended up calling down. That said, I think if you have a decent ace that is going to just try and go all streets of value, you probably do size it like this. If you're Rabinowitz, you can come very small on this sort of flop texture. You know, there's not a flush draw out there. It is pretty disconnected. You know, then you can size it up on the turn, and then you can really go for it here on the river. I would expect Rabinowitz to come with a jam. You know, maybe he does one of those bet 1.9 million, leaves a chip behind or whatever it is, but I think this is pretty clean here for him overall, so just come with it, sir.
Rabinowitz thinking of
All in.
his sizing, and he moves all in on the river.
And this is the exact spot Seth was in earlier when he had the ace-10 versus Morris's ace-queen. Like, he gets there in a hand where it's like, man, I actually hit this hand. It's like, well, what is this?
Are you a fan of Rabinowitz's shove here, or would you have been more inclined to go smaller?
No, I think this is, you want to try and get the max value here. I think he sized it well on all the streets. Here on the end, he's betting 2 million, or just shy of it, into 2.6 million. So I think this is very well sized. Trying to target a hand like a 5, trying to target a worse ace here.
Seth deep in the tank. This could be the longest decision of the day. I vividly remember the final hand last week where it was straight versus straight, and Seth just could not believe that his straight was the winning hand on the paired board. Ultimately, he did pull the trigger and ended the tournament, but right now, if he does pull the trigger, it would be Rabinowitz back into the chip lead. Their stacks would basically flip-flop. Andy Seth, we can assume, is a non-believer. He's simply going through the motions trying to figure out whether he's going to be right more often than not. That's what it feels like to me. Would you fault Andy Seth here for calling? Can Rabinowitz blast off here on 3 streets for his tournament life?
I mean, but what is he blasting off with? I mean, hands that I feel like let's take a king jack, for example. I mean, king queen, you do have a blocker there, but let's put that in there too. Queen jack, stuff like that. I mean, I think the king highs probably just check back. It's over in the corner.
Oh my God.
And then the queen highs, I mean, you block the queen highs. So this seems like it's value quite a bit. Is he taking this line with a hand like kings, queens, jacks? And even if he is, you don't beat those hands. So you can't call off against those hands. So you know, if he's coming with a bluff here, it's what? Like a hand like 7-8 of spades. You know, you continue on the flop because you were the pre-flop raiser. You pick up this additional equity on the turn. You go for it. You're left with the 8 high on the river, so you blast it all in. But I just find those hands so much narrow, at least in my thought process, than hands of value. Like, I just think there's a lot of the aces here.
Oh, that to me felt for a second
I thought it was going in.
I felt my sort of stomach drop. I was like, oh my God, he's really doing this.
And again, going back to that hand with Morris and Seth, I mean, Rabinowitz he loves it.
Oh, makes the call. Disaster for Seth. Rabinowitz gets the maximum value
Queen 9.
from his shove.
Shove.
You're happy for the stream, man. 1.98.
Rabinowitz with the double up back into the lead. Say what you will about Andy Seth, but he follows his read. He makes the big decision, but this time it didn't work out.
And just like that, Rabinowitz is the chip leader once again.
And around they go.
Around the mulberry bush.
Thanks, Ken.
Not my best call. Still not believe you.
Rabinowitz on 44 bigs. He's back on top, the place that he held for such a long time at this final table leading up to this point. Andy Seth at the bottom of the counts now on 22 bigs. James Morris caught in the middle between those two. Still anyone's game here, though. This thing far from over. Andy Seth restarting the engines. Ace-3 of hearts.
Make it 375.
Thinking Seth's going to come with a limp jam here.
Owen.
And there it is. Seth pulls the trigger. The limp shove.
We're done with blues, right?
Yeah. You want me to buy him? Yeah, 50.
Mm-hmm.
You want to race me off?
Red or black?
Yeah?
King, Queen, 10, 2 diamonds. Morris flops top pair. Donnie, if you're Morris here, you're very aware of the resumes of both your opponents. So far, we've not seen Morris intimidated by the moment. We've not seen him buckle under the pressure. However, in this spot, three-handed, there's no place to hide. Do you think he should adjust his strategy, and what advice would you give him in this moment?
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. What you've been doing has been working very well for you. You're in a great spot here. Three-handed, second in chips, and I think that now that you have really settled in, you've been at this final table for several hours now. So, yeah, these guys are pretty accomplished, and Seth specifically is on an incredible run as of late, but you're right there with them. You know, you're battling there with them. You're making big folds, big plays. I think back to that 10-7 check raise bluff on the river, you know, that sort of stuff. So, you know, have a lot of confidence in yourself, and I think just continue to play your game.
Rabinowitz comes out with 750. And Morris with the small king has a really nice opportunity here to call Rabinowitz down. His hand definitely strong enough for showdown.
I think Morris's hand here is worth calling once again. I know Rabinowitz did elect to size up here on the turn with a full pot size bet, but I think your hand is too strong to just give it up right now.
Morris taking a really long time here on the turn.
All in.
And he moves all in.
Look at that. I did not see that coming, but well done by him.
Now, what sort of thought process could be hiding behind the jam there? To me, and this might be too obvious thinking, it just feels as though you're not going to get value from anything worse, and you're getting snapped off by any better hands that have beaten you already.
I can't disagree. But what I'll say is that maybe Morris simply thought, my hand is too good to give up on. But I also don't want to necessarily call, and this could be going back to your point kind of about the lack of experience, at least compared to these two players. I don't want to just call and then have to face like a jam on the river.
Sure.
So, you know what? If you got it, pal. And I'm just going to go with my hand. I've seen a safe card on the turn. That 6 of hearts is not really probably doing anything for anyone's range here, so I'm all in. Seth's favorite type of hand here. Suited connectors, baby.
Queen 7-6. Gut shot there for Rabinowitz. Seth with a pair of 6s. Action goes check, check on the turn. Seth now, again with a check on the river, does get the check mark, most importantly.
Probably a card here on the end that Rabinowitz is going to want to represent. He was the pre-flop raiser here, can contain a lot of aces with this sort of action.
And Rabinowitz comes with the river jam.
Darren, what a bet. Oh, man, I love it. Oh, I love it. Oh, this is good.
I'll tell you what. Seth could very well call here, given what we've seen from him so far.
Honestly, Donnie, that just crossed my mind also, and that would be epic.
In the very least, Seth knows that this is the type of river card that Rabinowitz is going to represent. Now, Whether he has it or not is a different story. I think it's also worth considering that Rabinowitz knows that Seth called him very light with that queen 9. So even if Rabinowitz has a very bad ace, let's say ace 3,
Right.
he could rip this for value thinking, listen, this guy's going to call me with a 7. Or this guy's going to call me with a 6. Like, you know, he's going to call me with that sort of stuff. All of that is for sure playing out in the head of Andy Seth as he contemplates a big, big decision here. Seth's been in the tank now for just about 90 seconds.
The biggest difference here is that this is practically for Seth's tournament life. No, sorry,
It is.
It is.
It is,
Yeah,
yeah.
I was looking at the totals there. But yes, it is for Seth's tournament life, which makes this decision a bit different from the prior one.
He thought forever against Morris, he called, was wrong there. He thought forever not too long ago against Rabinowitz, was called and was wrong there. I just feel like when Seth does this, he somehow, some way talks himself into a call. Now, those first 2 times were incorrect. This one, if he does ultimately call, would be correct. It's now 2.5 minutes in the tank for Andy Seth. BK Ice over there is just absolutely melting at this river decision.
I love the fact that he, you know, takes these spots.
Ay, 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 Darren. Love your bets.
Ultimately, I don't think Seth can pull the trigger here.
I think he calls.
Wow, I mean, that'd be so sick. I would.
I
love
mean,
that.
he always calls when he does
I know,
this. That's
I know.
the thing.
Oh my God, that'd be really sick. Andy Seth, the master of the tank call. Clock is running. We're at 3:35. All right, chat, what do you think? Is he going to make the call, or is he going to get out of this one? Andy Seth, just absolute non-believer. And I wonder how much of the previous hand will play through his mind.
Jesus, man. I'm not going to decide before a break if you want to wait for a break.
No, it's cool.
Oh, man.
How much time is left before break?
We should make an Andy Seth tanking compilation where the entire video is just him thinking and no decisions are made. And then people can just respond in the comments on what they think he ultimately would end up doing.
I mean, his spidey senses are on point. Darren is bluffing here. The question is, can he put the chips in for his tournament life? If he calls and is wrong, which obviously he doesn't know that he has the best hand, he's out in 3rd place.
Now, Donnie, of all the players I've seen tank, Seth is among the best as far as tanking goes.
Yeah, he's about to go in the corner again.
Oh, he's gonna. Oh, I thought he was gonna sit down. Yeah, a little stretch.
I mean, this is simply quality entertainment.
Like
Look at this.
You have Vogel saying tanking, and you have Andy Seth tanking. They're not in the same ballpark. This is a whole different universe. What's their counter at? 5.5?
Yeah, 5.5.
So sick. You're going to show me like fucking... No matter what I do, if I fold, you're going to show me 10 high.
Wow,
I
he
call, you're
called
gonna show
it
me
10
ace
high.
four.
And he even said, you know, this could be like ace 4 if I call, meaning like he
Yeah.
can just go pretty thin with an ace here for value, knowing how Seth has played in the past. You know, I would say the best hands here for Rabinowitz are probably ace 7, ace 6, maybe ace deuce. And at least one of those combos, the ace 6, you know, you do block to some degree with that 6 in your hand. Now, Rabinowitz could play an ace 7 like this, raises pre, bets the flop, flopping second pair, decides to check back turn for a little pot control, and then, of course, blasts it all in here on the end. And again, don't forget that Rabinowitz knows, and then in turn, Seth knows that Rabinowitz fired all 3 streets earlier with that ace-10 and got picked off by worse, by a 9. So in Seth's mind, he can easily think, okay, Rabinowitz has something kind of thinnish here for value because he knows I'm capable of calling off very thin. Now over 7 minutes in the tank for Andy Seth.
Well, he already said he's going until the break, so we might as well prepare ourselves for another, I guess, minute or so. But Andy Seth here setting a new Venetian Poker Live record for longest tank.
I fold, Darren.
And he does give it up. Show the 10-8.
10 high.
10 high?
Oh, he says it too.
He shows it.
Oh, baby.
I wasn't going to show, but we're on break and you asked.
No, you should show.
This might awaken the fire.
Fucking should have called.
And Andy Seth was on the right path, but ultimately lets it go. The battle is far from over.
God
The swings are massive, and James Moores is now the chip leader. What is going on here, ladies and gentlemen? All right, we'll be back in about 15 minutes. Players are going on a break. We'll have a little color up, and then the action will resume for what has been already a very entertaining final table. Much more to come in about 15 minutes. We'll see you guys in a few.
You got my ass.
6. Raise to 6,000.
6,000 Oaken on the button with Jack-10 of hearts.
Beautiful hand to squeeze here. You get some raise folds. You get some hands that you're in pretty good shape against to call, and then
Call 6,000.
you also have the range advantage. Here we see the King-Jack suited just make a cold call out of the blinds. So it's going to have the Jack-10 suited dominated, but Oaken will be in position. And Was,
Call 6,000.
the 6-9-0, an infamous hand in poker. Just because of the value of the cards, Remco, nothing else there.
I was trying to think, what am I missing here? Jack 6 deuce, King Charles with a beautiful flop here, top pair, and the spade draw. Wasserson, by the way, and Sebas still in search for a squid button, along with Oaken.
All in.
And look at this. Oaken just moves all in for 30,000 with Jack 10,
Call.
and King Charles doesn't hesitate.
I guess I can't call. Maybe
Twice?
bet 10.
Yeah.
Wasserson obviously
Oh,
gets out of the
that's not
way.
good.
Worst
That
case
is
scenario
not
for
good.
Oaken, and the 2 10s have already been
I
folded.
knew I had the middle card pre-flop.
84,000
yeah,
in the
JRP
middle.
folded the 10 of clubs, right?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, okay, I didn't even notice that, but wow.
King Charles in a terrific
So
spot.
drawn to a chop, it looks like needs
Oh, is that
ace
King Jack of
and
spades?
a
Yeah.
deuce or a
Yeah.
6.
Oh,
Yeah,
good. Oh,
he's 2 pair on board. Or
I don't even know.
more.
Twice.
More. He's got 2 outs, Robert.
Twice, yeah.
80-20.
You got 2 outs?
I mean, this game over for Oaken on this
2
hand.
outs that could
two,
be.
2 10s only. As long as no spade.
Yeah,
As long as
ouch.
no 10 of spade.
Yeah, that's
Just come ace ace.
Are you okay?
Oh no, even that is no good. What am I talking about?
He's at 80%.
And that's it.
And that's it.
I knew I was going to
Brian Oaken is going to lose this $84,000 pot, and King Charles
You have more than 30, right?
also winning 3 hands already during the Squid Game
Alright.
here. That's adding up quickly.
He's cooking.
He is cooking. 15K in the middle. Peter maybe regretting just calling now. 7-7-4 on the flop.
Peter with the best hand still, but Can he find a way to get the showdown and actually win this, or is someone going to be betting and bluffing? Sabas, with the betting lead, kind of has an awful flop for his hand. No backdoors. Against 4 players, he's still going to find a continuation bet.
Well, at least Peter is not giving up right away, which is good to see.
Yeah, good point, Remco. If you are going to slow play ace-king and you get these kind of flops, you still have that equity of maybe having the best hand and the possibility of turning an ace or a king still to make the best hand.
Yeah, you know what the sick thing is that the way this hand plays, Sabas is the most likely player to have an ace, so he might try and represent that right now, which could, of course, lead to this pot bloating up even further.
Absolutely. That's exactly it. He's the most likely one to have an ace-king, ace-queen, pocket aces, and he has nothing. He has dust, queen high, so obviously he has to bluff this turn card. And Peter, slow playing ace-king is going to work out maybe for the max here if he can find... Now, the problem here is Sebastian's bet big, right, 11K. Now, whatever, it's not a big bet. It's about a half-pot bet. But when you get called here, the gig is up. Like, your opponent has something strong, either a slow-played 7 or an ace. So he probably could give up his queen high, but I don't know, will he? Because when you get to the river and you can't win,
right,
the best bet is usually to go all in.
That's the hardest thing in poker.
To give up.
It's just
Yeah.
surrender.
Yeah.
Wave the white flag.
But he might find it here, like I said, because when you bet 11K and you get called on this texture, your opponent's going to have something.
And he moves all in. The snap call from Peter. And look at this. Peter plays it unconventionally, hits an ace on the turn, and wins a pot worth $93,000. 5, 4, 7, 2 diamonds. My eyes quickly dancing across these cards. Seb with the overpair of jacks. Brittany with 8s is going to bet 2,000. JRB comes along, calling with the queen 5. And now Seb makes the call. Now, passive play could really lead you down some dangerous streets here.
Yeah, but in these bomb pots, you gotta play passive in these spots because it's just really hard to navigate. And as we see, look at these runouts. Brittany with top set. Peter now makes a straight. He's gonna bet it. Brittany snap calls, but she's got to know. Look, I need the board to pair ASAP. And Sabas with a quick fold to jacks, which is good.
6啊，那什么牌？
Oh my God, Brittany with quad 8s.
Wow.
靠不靠？
好呀，这个你看
How did that happen all of a sudden?
And she gets snap called when he goes
你看
all
我
in.
4张牌。
Unbelievable.
Jack high, some queen 10 flop or whatever. You maybe get it all. So that's kind of my argument there. And here we got some big hands again. Peter not going to go anywhere with 9s. This could just get him pre.
I mean,
but
the pace of play is just mind-blowing.
yeah, we can't even commentate as fast
We
as
can't even
going.
finish talking about the previous hands, and there's already 50K back in the middle here. Queen, queen 10. Wasp quickly continues for 12,000.
很冷吗？
I don't know how Peter's going to fold a pair, but he could. Okay, he doesn't. And Wass, you know, just with one of these bluffing candidates that has equity, he gets there.
Ace on the turn.
Now, I think you want to start checking here at some clip because you have queen X in your range, you have pocket aces, you have pocket 10s, you know, you have king jack in your range here too. So I think you want to check maybe, I don't know, and just let some weaker holdings continue.
Is it also a case of either far behind or far in front? Because there are still some queens in Peter's range, even though it's not super likely. But at the same time, when you do hit your ace, it is going to be even more unlikely that Peter has something that he can give you a lot of value with.
Yep, you're spot on there, Remco. You're really hoping to get value from ace-jack here, like a suited ace, like an ace-x of spades that floated. Maybe a jack 10, king 10 type hand.
Peter has been playing extremely loose and aggressive. He is just not in the mood to fold.
But Wasp might be targeting hands like ace 10, right? Ace jack typically, and like I said, just some suited ace x, but he might not want, you know, Peter's just tormented here. And I just don't know if Was has that many bluffs when you get this kind of run out. So I think Peter could comfortably make a fold here, but it hurts.
This does not look like the kind of man who wants to fold. I think he's trying to give himself reasons to call here, even though he probably knows that he's better off folding. We've all been there.
Yeah, look, Was has been mixing up. He's been splashing around. He's been playing a lot of pots, so...
Oh,
look
man.
at the face of determination
You can
on
feel
Peter.
it. You can just feel it.
There's just no pathway here to victory. This could be the best Hollywooding ever, but Was
I mean,
is not
we
gonna
know
go
this
anywhere.
is genuine. Peter is genuinely thinking about proceeding in the hand. Wasserson has shown a variety of bluffs. It's probably going through his mind. And he moves
Sometimes
all
I translate
in.
the change, but this
Wow.
time I'll translate the body language. This is free roll from Charles.
Wasserson with the great turn bet. It
roll
induces
from
action from
Charles.
two nines for
That's
only
enough.
40K. I mean, jeez,
I mean-
crazy.
142 in the middle.
Up to you. Up to you.
And running it twice with 95% equity for 143K pot Remco.
Peter chasing
Short.
some losses. Didn't want to believe that Wasserson had it.
Peter, where?
First one goes to Wasserson. Just one out for
Nice.
Peter here, the 9 of clubs. 5 of hearts on the second board, and Wasserson is going to scoop an absolutely enormous pot here.
You just got to take the lumps.
All right, so Peter reloaded. He's got 119,000. And Charles makes it 4K with ace queen of spades.
Peter is
Wow.
not playing anymore.
No,
Remco.
Peter is literally here to try and destroy some people. He makes it 20K. Oh, and JRB comes along as well. We got 61,000 in
Wow.
the middle.
We haven't even seen a flop yet.
Three-way action. This is insane. 7-7-4.
Peter with the best of it with a great flop. And what is he going to do? How big?
I mean, judging by how Peter has been playing the last 30 minutes, he might just jam here.
It's not that bad of a play if he did. But instead, we're going to check it over to JRB, who checks. Okay, cunning check there. And now, Peter, please bet your hand, because this is the only way you're getting action.
JRB now open-ended, and Peter betting 20,000.
King Charles stuck in the middle with ace queen high, but pretty easy release here. And JRB going to be the one with the decision. Is he going to jam? You know, just take his equity. He doesn't think Peter maybe has pairs and he's up and down, or is he going to call and try to see a river first? But I think JRB has an easy all in, more or less. I mean, Peter has some probably just whiffs here, and JRB has enough equity where his sixes are probably good, or he can improve. But
Wow. Charles calls with ace
Crazy.
queen high. JRB instant all in for 42,900. And now the action back on Peter.
I mean, crazy. I mean, yeah. If Charles wasn't in the middle, Peter, you know, flicks us in easy. Peter now might be considering, do I just want to jam myself?
Peter makes the call. And now we're back on Charles, who could be drawing dead. You know, if you're thinking about the kind of hands that are out there right now, Charles is going to make the call. And JRB, with the straight draw and his pair of sixes, $189,000 in the middle.
I mean, JRB is uncomfortable. He needs to
Wait till you see
improve.
what he has before you decide that.
Peter,
4 on the river. Peter with
Gonna
his pair of
scoop
eights,
this.
and it goes check, check. JRB shows his sixes. That's no good.
Nice.
Peter,
JRB celebrates with him.
oh my God. Peter tables the eights.
That's a monster
Oh
pot.
my God. After the hand he lost against Wasserson, everybody probably thought this man is just on tilt.
Without a clock and time extensions and all of that in play at these final tables, it's good. You know, there's not too much tanking. I know we've had some longer hands, but understandably so given those decisions. But you know, things are moving.
Seeing lots of love for LaPlante, for She in the chat. Welcome back to Venetian Poker Live. The gold line with the wings is up for grabs here as we have 3 players remaining in contention for the top prize and that trophy. Blind's going to be a 100K, 200K with a 200K big blind ante, and this really is anyone's game. 28,900 guaranteed for the final 3, 40,000 for second, and 56 for first. My name is Remco Rinkema. Donnie Peters alongside me in the booth. Donnie, give me your finishing order of these 3. I know you don't want to. I know you don't want to hurt any feelings here, but give me your best shot.
Listen, I know he's second in chips, but I think it's going to be hard to overtake Darren Rabinowitz. He is pretty deep here with just about 30 big blinds. And again, I know he's second to James Morris, but I have to give the experience nod to Darren Rabinowitz. And then I'll say James Morris finishes in second, and Andy Seth comes in third. Now, Seth does have the benefit from, I think it helps him that last hand, which we saw a 7-minute, 15-second tank from him, ultimately got bluffed in a big way by Rabinowitz. It helps that he was able to go right on break. Kind of cool off, maybe take a walk around the shops here at Palazzo. You know, get it off his mind, come back, lock in once again, play these 15 big blinds to the best of his ability. Somewhat of a tough spot here for Morris. You know, he could be thinking Rabinowitz is just messing with me. Kind of big stack on big stack here, trying to push me around, be the experienced bully, but of course we can see Rabinowitz has it with the kings. Morris has been, you know, really good with making like tough folds at times. You know, he made those fold with the jacks earlier. He made a fold with 8s that was good as well. Here he does elect to come along.
We see Queen 9 deuce, 2 clubs. Morris with the not unimportant ace of clubs.
Yeah, Rabinowitz here just licensed to fire away. Big pot out there already, almost 3 million.
1.2.
1.2? About 1.2. Yeah.
$1.2 million here from Rabinowitz. Very rich here. Going back to Morris calling this 3-bet. Very ambitious.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree. I think the suited variety, probably fine to call pre in position. The offsuit variety, probably just want to bin it. And I know it can seem beneficial to want to play in position, but the ace-8 off is kind of just too disconnected to really make much materialize.
And Morris lets it go. Massive pickup here from Rabinowitz to, again, get up to over 7 million. Morris now on 5, Seth on 3.
Thank you.
The swings during 3-handed play have been huge.
Appreciate it.
Rabinowitz from the small blind. King 5.
Raise 550.
Exactly 3.
All my chips.
All in.
Morris announces all in with ace-3. That one gets it done. Ace-King for Rabinowitz, right back to work.
On.
Wow, Seth comes with a jam with Queen 10. His timing is off as he jams into the Ace-King of Rabinowitz. And Andy Seth's dream for a three-peat might be ending soon, as he is now at risk of being eliminated and an underdog holding Queen 10. Still 40% though. Could be much worse.
What do you think your odds of winning this hand are, Darren? Like 20%? 25? In this studio, in this month, in this year?
All right, here comes the flop. 3, 5, 6, as clean as it gets. If you're holding Ace-King, backdoor.
I feel like my odds are at 85% now.
Seth is a believer in
Doing a
himself.
Good job manifesting it.
Yeah, that's what it's all about.
Turn card. The deuce of spades. The 4 now available for a chop. Seth looking for a queen or a 10 to double up, or else this thing is down to heads-up play. River card. The 7 of clubs, and that is it. No three-peat for Andy Seth.
Hell of a month.
Yeah, nice.
Appreciate it. Y'all played great.
It's been one hell of a month
Awesome luck,
indeed.
Darren.
Seth collects $28,900 for his third-place finish.
James get his ass.
And Darren Rabinowitz now heads up with the big chip lead
good fold,
versus James Morris.
Andy was.
He was the big one. He was the big one?
Yeah.
So you were the button?
Yes.
First place for 55K, first place for 55K,
small,
third
right?
place for 28K. Pretty darn good if you ask me.
Man, love it.
I had the ace of clubs too,
Pretty darn good if
which
you ask me.
made it,
All right, 40K guaranteed
you
here
know, a little tough.
Hit ace
for
10.
James Morrison.
Ace 8.
Darren Rabinowitz. James Morris now officially
I just
registering the
didn't see you
largest
slowing down.
live tournament result
I will.
of his poker playing career, eclipsing a score he had last year in May. May has been good to him. Morris comes into this final table with 161,000 in career earnings, so this event a major milestone for him. Darren Rabinowitz has been around the block. He has 3.6 million in earnings. This would be a very nice addition to his resume if he can close this one out after finishing 4th just 2 weeks ago. Oh, was it last week? Sorry, it was last week.
It all blurs
It's
together,
all
man.
800.
It was the last stream that we did here.
You have just under 5, yeah?
Yeah, now I have 4, no, I have over 5.
Just over 5. Okay.
How many chips are in?
I know. I was trying to do it that way. I just
15.
2, 4, 6,
And I
8,
have
9.
5.3.
I have 10 exactly.
You have 10 exactly almost, right?
Yeah, I have 10 and a quarter.
Big one.
Yep.
Mike Holtz, also from last
2-2,
week's
right?
final table, in the chat says Darren's got swag.
Raise.
Welcome,
400.
sir. Dika Costa on the Venetian Poker Live channel. 140K 3-week stretch, not too shabby. I mean, I'll take it.
Especially when
I'll take it.
when you consider the buy-in, the average buy-in level.
Yeah, 800 for the first one. Second one was 1100. This one's 800. So, I mean, that's crushing.
Ten, 8, 5, two
Check.
diamonds. Seven, quite an interesting card in this hand here.
Check.
Instead, we see the 9 of spades. Open-ended now for Rabinowitz.
Check. Check.
Six of clubs on the river does give Rabinowitz the straight. Morris finds himself a small pair.
Check.
Yeah, curious if this ultimately ends up costing Morris. Obviously, there is 4 to a straight if somebody does have a 7, but heads up, when you make a pair, it's just kind of hard to get away from it.
400.
Straight.
Yeah, you can say goodbye to those chips as Rabinowitz widens the gap up to 11 million to 4.3.
Pair.
Once again, welcome to everyone watching, whether it's your first time or whether you're a regular. Very much appreciate everyone for hanging out with us on both PokerGo and the Venetian Poker Live channel. Please make sure to hit that like button, subscribe to the channel, and find the Venetian Poker Live channel and add it to your list of subscribed channels. Because we're
Have we
posting
hit
daily
7,000 yet?
No, we're
Come on.
slowly climbing.
Come on, people. Let's go. We're for sure getting to 10,000 over the summer.
Oh, have to.
100%.
Yes.
If not, Remco and I are not coming back. If not, Remco and I are going to pull a Paul Pierce and we're going to walk home.
That's a walk. That's a walk.
$1 million.
And Rabinowitz is just absolutely locked in here. Firing back with the 3-bet here with Queen 5, and I mean, I would imagine this just works. Jack 4 off. I can't really see Morris doing much other than just that.
Rabinowitz finding himself in just a great situation. He's got the experience, he's got the stack. Now the question is, can he finish it off?
Call. Check.
Ten, 6, 5.
Check.
On the next flop here in the limp pot. Rabinowitz
Check.
with a pair of 5s. 3 now, giving Morris a pair as well.
That 200. Call.
Not really an ideal turn or river card for Morris, but he's going to bet it.
Bet 500.
See if he can get this one through. I mean, Rabinowitz
Call.
just he's locked in. What can you do?
That's good.
Morris seeing some more chips across the table, heading in the wrong direction.
And this is a tough spot for Morris. You know, not only is it an uphill battle in terms of the experience that Rabinowitz has over you, the chip stack that he started heads-up play with over you. Now just, you know, we've only seen a handful of hands play out, but it very much seems like Rabinowitz is absolutely locked in. So, you know, Morris is going to kind of have to just gather himself a little bit here. He's short, yes, but 14 big blinds is manageable, so no need to just panic just yet.
Check.
Morris limps in, Rabinowitz checks. To the flop we go. Jack 6-6.
Check.
Check.
And this could be quite the cooler setup here. Top pair versus trips. Morris perhaps with a chance to get some money back here.
This is pretty perfectly positioned for Morris to score a double here.
Call.
It's just very hard. We say it all the time to give up any sort of hand in heads-up play. So 2 pair for Rabinowitz is probably looking pretty decent.
Rabinowitz comes to the check again. We're back on Morris.
And if I'm Morris, you know, I don't really feel any reason to get cute. I'm just going to continue to bet, especially with the presence of some draws coming in here on the turn. I'm just going to try and, you know, ultimately get my money in across 3 streets here with these trips.
Bet 550.
550 now, the bet from Morris.
Thank you. I can see.
Rabinowitz
Call.
takes his time here, but ultimately comes along and makes the call. 2.1 million in the middle. Morris with 1.9 left. River is the 8 of spades.
Check.
All in. All in.
All in.
And there comes Morris, moves all in. And look at this, Rabinowitz with the snap fold. Very impressive.
I mean, I think that's just an experience type of thing. You know, Rabinowitz has probably seen some more sorts of spots like that hundreds, if not thousands of times. And you saw it kind of with his little head shake there, like this guy just always has it, muck. Like,
Right,
you know,
right,
he just knows. Bottom of the range there for my opponent is probably a 6, if not some sort of 8. So whatever, and the muck it goes. Let's see if that's the start of a little bit of a comeback here for Morris.
Check. Check. Bet 200.
Rabinowitz comes with 200K.
Fold.
That's going to get it done. Queen Jack here for Morris. He's really facing such a tough spot here.
450.
Rabinowitz so far has not let go of a single chip without resistance and just made a pretty good fold there on that river shove.
Call.
If both these players connect, this could be a pretty big one here.
10-3-4. Rabinowitz the one connecting very well here.
Bet 300.
Morris comes with 300,000. Donnie, do we just let him bet at this one? King 10 is so strong here.
Yeah,
Raise.
I think you can just call. I think maybe some fraction of the time you can put in a raise here. I think if you have a hand like, let's say, a Jack 10 or maybe a 10-9, maybe I'm a little bit more likely to put in the raise. A little bit more vulnerability in your top pair there. But with the king kicker, or if you had an ace kicker, I think check calling is also fine. But I don't mind the check raise if you're Darren. I think he's ultimately going to take whatever approach he wants to try and get the money in. And you can see now stacked to pot ratio, 2.2 behind for Morris, 2.9 out there. So let's see if Rabinowitz just says all of it. There it is.
Comes the jam on the turn.
2.2.
Rabinowitz locked in, looking to close this thing out. Morris hoping for some cards, I guess, some cards to begin with.
Call.
Rabinowitz has 6 outright wins on his live poker resume. Most recent one in October of 2024. Before that, a 10-year gap between 2014 and 2024. He did not win a single live tournament. Right now, he's closing in on his second win in just 8 months.
Bet 200.
Tough for Morris. It's hard for him to put up any resistance unless he has it. $1.8 million, just 9 big blinds. We're getting into all-in shove type territory. Deuce diamonds here for Morris. Well, at least it's suited.
All in.
And he moves all in with 10 deuce. Let's see if Rabinowitz finds something. And he finds a real something.
Doyle.
Ace 4 suited. Will this be the hand that closes it out for Rabinowitz? 62% to win this one. Morris with 2 live cards. And they're also suited. But boy, are they disconnected. Gold Lion trophy on the line. A $16,000 pay jump on the line. As James Morris looks for some hope on the flop here. 9-8-3, 2 hearts. So the diamonds won't come into play. Morris looking for a 10 or a deuce or running straight cards. Still 24%. Turn is the king of clubs. All backdoor draws have now been eliminated, along with any clubs here. Morris looking for a 10 or a deuce. That is not a club, but instead it's the king of diamonds. And Darren Rabinowitz will take home the trophy and the $56,000 payout. What a tremendous win for him. The longtime grinder gets it done. It is never easy to win a big poker tournament. And Darren Rabinowitz, after finishing 4th last week, wins it outright. Right now, James Morris with a terrific showing as well, the largest score of his live poker career, taking home $40,000. And we got to give special mention to Andy Seth, who won the last 2 events in this series and finishes 3rd in this one. Wow. It's been a great final table. Thank you all so much for watching. My name is Rem Karinka. Donnie Peters joined me for some expert analysis. We'll be back on Saturday night for the JRB cash game. Lineup for that is a TBD, but we'll see. That's always going to be a good one. There it is, Rabinowitz posing behind the trophy. I'm sure that thing will get a nice placement inside the Rabinowitz household. There it is, holding it up. Once again, congrats to Darren and the other players for putting on a nice show. We'll see you on Saturday when the cash game returns. Good night.